Mic, mic check. I'm sorry, is everything behaving now? For some reason, the Windows update told OBS to change its settings, but it didn't change my computer settings, but the window settings changed OBS. So then it said your microphone is your default device, no microphone detected, but don't worry, we're going to use your Yeti mic, but we're going to route the Yeti mic into OBS through the default. And your only mic is no longer the default, so OBS wasn't talking to anything in both directions.
Wow.
I got all excited. I'm like, oh, there it is. OBS just went to default. And so I set it to the Yeti and then it still didn't work. And I'm like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? NANI? Hi. Girly Flug, Unpretty, Sardinisms, welcome. Is Michigan inside? Yeah, he's, well, he was here. He's not outside, though. Alcazar, welcome. Oh. Alright, so warning for folks, especially those who haven't seen it before. I am having a exceptionally bad health day. I'm hoping it's gonna wear off soon. I went and laid down and tried to recover. I'm hoping getting into the game and doing the voices and stuff will wake me up, but if I seem low energy or the voices aren't on point, I do apologize. Hopefully it'll shake off and the wave will leave. But have I heard of a board game called Hiss? I have not. In my defense, I haven't, for a multitude of reasons, really been following many board games lately. And the only one I'm really focused on following right now is the Berserk board game. October. Pronounced heist. It's similar to my board game. Oh, good. I gotta look it up. Artwork is terrible. Eh. I'd have to see some of the cards, but it doesn't look... It's got some theme overlap, but I wouldn't... I'm trying to find it. Oh, here's some cards. Look at the cards. I see. Yeah, there's some similar stuff to my game. I'm not trying to discourage somebody else's work, but God, my prototype looks better than this finished one. Um, but yeah, I can see why you I can see why you said that. This game tested at first exposure Gen Con. Uh, hmm. Well, the good news is I don't think it's competing for the same stuff. Um, I think mine is better. Bad news is there is a between the tariff problems, the board game industry issue problems, and the cozy game explosion, there's still no one to touch my game now.
Wow.
No, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's not similar enough that I care, and it really doesn't look great, but no, I appreciate it. All right, what the hell were we doing? Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So I don't know what I want to do there. Don't want to do that yet. That's right, we're waiting on that. Whoops. And we can't do anything there. Okay. All right. That's right. We came back here to turn in everything to the priest. Now I remember. Okay. Uh-oh, is my headset possessed now, too? Yeah, it looks like it was brought to public 2 years ago. It looks like people are just now getting copies of it, so I don't know how that came about either, but okay, so let me I gotta appease the machine spirits in my dog shit broken headset. They probably don't like being called dog shit to start with. Okay, let's do a quick recap here. Whatever this is, we can't do yet. I swear to God, we got this, and it won't go away. This is a trap. That's a side quest. There's the King of Distortion event, which I also don't remember where that is. somewhere over here. I'm so tired. I read that as pizza's in the corner with the live snacks. And that made me nervous that we're keeping live food. Okay guys, so we can go find the Master of Distortion event and try that. We can do the Arbidi side quest. We can do the main quest, or we can explore these last 3 planets. I don't think there's anything else I can actually do. Okay, not a thing. Can't do anything, can't do anything. Can't do anything. Can't do anything. I've gotten this. I don't know why it's still here. I have no idea. That's a wait. We're not doing that. That's a trap. That's a wait. We already brought that up. We're working on that right now. No, a bitch is getting nothing. Yep. Alright, so what do you guys want to see? I'm tired, don't make me think. Give direction. Well, I guess no matter what you guys want to see. We go here. Kitties was not an option. Oh my god. You're not a kitty, you're a marmot. There's a kitty right there. Okay, there, that's what you get. There's a kitty. Actually, there's 2 kitties. Here. That there. Okay. There's kitty there. Alright, there's your damn cats.
Wow.
Alright, what are we doing in the game? Well, okay, this is happening, but... Wake up, wake up.
Lord Captain, our astropaths received a message from Achilles Scalander on Darkonis. He has closely studied the data from the incursion of Vibo 6, including the mention of the Xenos leaders. He has promised to direct the efforts of his aid to identify the enemies of humanity so their location can be determined.
Well, no, Google's was eating food. She's one of the 2 cats they can see.
Master Scalander is also reporting the Drukhari are getting ready for more attacks on your territory. Information from his aide continues to arrive, and Achilles will personally report to you the moment the target for the upcoming raid becomes clear. The Drukhari excel at catching their opponents off guard, and there will be little time to mount a response. According to Master Scalander, your personal participation in the defense would be the best strategy, given the circumstances.
Oh my god. Ah, wake up, wake up. Lord Captain, it's Master Helmsman Ravel. The crew's grumbling again, but they've a right reason to this time. Our analytic systems have gone totally bonkers. The Red Rope, the tech priests are blaming the anger on the machine spirits. Allegedly, that's how they profess their displeasure at the crew for not being worshipful. We've largely managed to stabilize the output of the augurs and all spexes across the ship, but you should know that there's something awfully sketchy about the machines these days.
I can confirm, Lord Captain. The vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. The cogitators could not produce statistic data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The Augurs failed to correctly analyze matter and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to the tech priest's efforts, standard operation of the ship's mechanisms has been restored. I am still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunctions, but we should be able to handle them.
Quit breaking my shit. Oh, I know what. Wait, ow. I remember this now. We don't need to do that. Well, we already did that. Alright, apparently no one has any requests for what we should do. It's immensely unhelpful.
Wow.
In that case, I'm gonna go here. Oh, you just killed Aurora? Nice. Alright, we found scrap.
Wow.
Indeed. Scanning. Yeah, I appreciate the oh shit jump in threat and difficulty when, you know, we're not Space Marine level guys like we are in most games, and then you get a Chaos Space Marine and then it's like, oh goodness. That's right, this is what they look like as a threat to normal people. With what? Okay, well, everyone deserves to be clean. Okay, Googles, you picked a bad time to get comfy. I have to go. Hey, geez, why aren't you... 100 cats in this house. Why aren't you guys killing the pests? Okay. All right. Amid the lifeless rocks and lava lakes, the ship's augurs have detected something resembling buildings. There is something off with their outlines, but their presence in and of itself suggests there may be valuables to uncover among the ruins. Wow, why is my voice so off? We send a scouting team. Well, yeah, we gotta stay in character, Greer. The scouts are able to discern symbols of the Imperium on the buildings. Deformed and fused together by high temperatures, the ore mining structures tell a sad story. Centuries ago, the planet and all its riches perished beneath the radiance of the system's expanding sun. That will happen. Scanning. Okay. Scanning. Repromethium. No. Okay, this planet has a name. Does this mean it's a story place that I can't do yet? Gonna take that as a yes. God damn it. Since the very start of the warp jump, rumors of ill omens have been widespread among the Voidsmen. Sudden deaths among the crew, ravaged corpses, jagged shadows lurking behind bulkheads. A Terran day later, the mystery unraveled itself in a most heinous manner. An attempt on the rogue trader's life. The question of how the Drukhari Xenos came to be aboard the ship will have to be pondered some other time. Right now, the Lord Captain has to fight for his life. Bring it. There are 5 chapters. Now, keep in mind, part of why this is taking so long is I've done a lot of the DLC content, and because I'm exploring everything. But yes, I truly believe between the DLC and the exploring everything it'll let me explore,
We are bound by the blood of
Chapter
Moses.
2 will be the longest by far. Broken captives. Walking bomb. Wait. Okay, there's no info on it. Apparently walking bomb is completely self-explanatory. Because the DLCs are 15 to 20 hours, I'm reading all of the dialogue out loud. Because it's a really big game. Hence why I used it to fill in the month before Silent Hill F came out.
Emperor gave me a vision.
Oh, look at these dirty motherfuckers. So why am I not getting... There we go.
Never doubt me.
Okay, hang on. How many mines? I don't like that
I
they...
need to look closer.
I don't like that these assholes snuck onto my ship and still had time to
The
repair
Emperor favors me today.
traps and nonsense.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Yes, 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 we get it.
How can one find the right
Damn it.
place like
Oh, double damn it. Well... Oh, I don't even see any Drukhari. There's one. What an asshole.
If I may? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Will do.
Oh, that range is way better than I...
Anything is.
Well...
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Doubt is for the weak. Cast your eye there. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Actually, you know what? Maybe I do want to do this. Oh no, the angle's all wrong. Never mind.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor
Nice game room, welcome. How are you tonight, man? I am actually doing really, really badly. But medical issues, normal medical. No, it's fine. It's normal medical problems. Just we gotta get through them. Is all. It's on the to-do list.
I'll do it. Why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll do it.
Do a little bit of that.
As the Emperor commands, I...
Single shots cost 2 AP. What the fuck? Well, oh, perfect. That's what I wanted.
I am his will made manifest. Work is a prayer. I'll do it.
Anyways, how are you tonight, sir? Alright. Can we see this guy?
That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I am with you, my Emperor!
Okay, super.
I refuse.
Got line of sight on anything
I'll
else?
do
Oh, there
it.
we go.
As the Emperor commands, escape the Emperor's judgment.
That'll have to do. Oh, and now it's Argenta's turn. Because all of that wasn't her turn.
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak.
Okay.
I'll do what it takes.
Hey, no.
Emperor, protect me.
A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail.
Well, I guess we're gonna learn how
I cannot
bad
serve
these
you
grenade
this way.
explosions are in melee.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. Trust me. As honor ordains. I shall not. Death is a blessing. As the tenets demand. An offering of blood. No.
Why?
I would that I could.
Why can't I do that?
Trust
Oh well.
me. The other side awaits.
It was literally just one Drukari got in here. But he brought a bunch of... Well, he enslaved a bunch of guys. Oh, I guess those grenades are bad. Every one of them caused an injury. Holy shit.
We shall reclaim
Or,
what is
or maybe
rightfully
me bleeding her
ours.
that much caused it, but tomato, tomato. Alright, well that's all garbage. Filthy Xeno garbage.
Stay faithful and you will be rewarded.
Duty prevails.
This is out of the ordinary.
Never doubt me.
Know your duty.
Alright, looks good. Need to go yell at my master at arms again, I think. Space dust? Garbage fuel. Scanning. Nothing. Big fucking planet. Scanning. Nothing. Scanning. Or Xenotech. There we go. Scanning. Idex is a planet of no particular note. However, the small station suspended in its orbit sends a distress call to your ship. The man in the hurried Vox transmission introduces himself as the planet's governor, and asks for the rogue trader's assistance in a delicate matter. He promises to supply the details in a private Vox conversation. I want to see records concerning the planet. It appears Idex recently suffered a major coup. One of its noble families seized power and made outcasts of the former dynasty. Such plots are not uncommon, although notably Idex has become less prosperous under the new government. Alright, I'll agree and I'll speak with the governor discreetly. The governor transmitting on your personal Vox frequency whispers that Idex's current authorities are not who they claim to be. There has been an uprising on the planet, a heretical sect of I can't read through this giant fat cat. A heretical sect has seized control. The governor pleads with you to launch an immediate strike on the governmental palace, with their top... is literally laying down
Wow.
in front of the monitor. Oh.
Ah! It burns! Ah!
That's the cat. Kitty. What did you hit? Apparently that was Ichabod doing his part of the stream.
Wow.
Okay, my Reaper is working. Sorry, hang on. Ichabod, you are in front of the text box. Well, this is what you always wanted, Unpretty. You wanted me to quit talking and playing games, and you just wanted a camera to watch cats, so... Here you go. Here's your stream. Here's what you paid for. All the work I put into the stream, and I could have replaced it with this. You watching Ichabod laying here being obese. Buddy. Ichabod. Buddy, you can't stay there. Your fat is in front of the text box. And also, no KTs on the desk. Ichabod. When? When? Come on. Oh. Come on. You have to get off the desk, Bob. Literally just jumped up here, pushed everything out of the way, leapt on the stream deck. The governor pleads with you to launch an immediate strike on the governmental palace. With their top tier obliterated, the new authorities will be unable to hold on to power. Okay. Lydex has suffered a major coup. Of its noble family seized power and made outcasts of the former dynasty. Such plots are not uncommon, although notably it has become less prosperous. The governor says the current authorities are not who they claim to be, and there's been an uprising on the planet and a heretical sect has seized control. The governor pleads with you to launch an immediate strike on the governmental palace. I don't like this because I can't ask any other questions. So I mean, this is one of two things. The obvious one is, this is someone who used to be in charge, telling us to nuke the new assholes who displaced him. And if that's true, and they've been underperforming, hey, you know, maybe we like the old guys more and I nuke them. Or they've swapped. I don't know, guys. Who do we blow up? Don't everyone chime in at once now.
Wow.
Oh, all right, Alakazar. Have a nice night, man. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. Small station suspended in its orbit to call to help. Yeah, we'll risk it. I'll strike the governmental palace with the macro cannons. Whoever was the planet's official ruler has been reduced to less than servo skull material. Oh, the guy wasn't lying. The governor on the station sends you his tearful thanks along with his generous gifts. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I wasn't right. Maybe that's... You know what? They shouldn't have caught me on a day where I'm not feeling good. We're going to shoot them too. The station's fiery remains adorn the sky of Idex. Whoever was on there will never be the ruler of anything again. The ringing silence on the Vox channels indicates that Idex is, as of now, devoid of any planetary authority. I'm helping.
The skeins of fate can lead us to victory.
Elves. Reassuring clay T. Moth did. I could go gather cheap followers at Streamboo. That's crazy. Get banned.
Unleash a barrage of destruction. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Deliver their demise.
My God, this thing's hard to hit.
Bring doom to our enemies. I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
Oh my goodness.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Good gravy, that was terrible. Why do these have such a short range?
Deliver their demise. Lock on. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Set course with all haste. Let the macro cannon sing their gently litany.
Let's not put stuff on the kitties they don't want. The kitties have enough problems. Yeah, but that's Rorschach. No, it wasn't to watch her try and get it off. That'd be mean. It was to watch her walk around like this for a really long time. No, she did. Just not how I wanted, and would have had to put it on too tight for her to react how I wanted, and that would have been mean, so I didn't do it.
Full speed ahead. Deliver their demise. Bring doom to our enemies. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Rain
Nice. Oh, man. Get back here. I'm so glad my NPC ally chased this thing 10,000 feet away. Oh my god.
set course with all haste.
Don't
My
make me
premonitions never fail me.
go all the way up there. Right, ship getting 90%, 10% credit, provides allies with targeted data. Oh wow, that's really good. Okay. I'll lose 5% crit for that. Apparently there is no downsides to that. Google's. No, I was looking at something and now there's kitties. Usual problems.
Lord Captain, we've received an astropathic message from Dark Onus. Achilles Calendar reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the silence of Mare Segret. The coordinates of a hypothetical contact between have been forwarded to the crew. If you wish to support your subjects and fight back against the Xenos personally, we must hurry. It is unlikely that a merchant ship will be able to resist the enemies of humanity long.
Of course. Emergency! Servitors assigned to the storage bays have gone berserk and are attacking the Voidsmen. Survivors are claiming to have seen some pernicious warp beast possessing one of the automatons. It must be expelled one way or another. I will choose other.
Let us walk this path to the end. I will cast you into eternal darkness.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Herb. Herb. Herb.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm afraid not. Die with grace, at least.
Aren't I supposed to have friendly servitors helping me? Didn't I pick that option? Maybe I didn't.
I'll do it. Judgment.
Wow.
Faith without deeds is worthless. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act. That is not the Emperor's will. I refuse. I will not. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. You, my Emperor!
I really don't like that ability.
That is not the Emperor's will. I refuse. Doubt is for the weak.
Momentum.
Each strike is a prayer.
I think it's time for a totally balanced class to do something.
I cannot serve you in this way. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains, as the tenets demand. I shall not. Trust me. Let your soul be purged. The shadows will see it done. Caught by the web. The undying Emperor whispers his will. Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me.
Perfectly balanced class.
No can do. But of course.
All right, good night, Unpretty. Hey, Vlad.
Someone else can do this. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is gray hair, sure hair. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Oh yeah, I wanted to try that axe out on him.
Rejoice in service! Another step towards our ultimate victory! And so shall it be done. Pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
I have read tomes of military tactics. As duty demands.
The Divine watches over us.
Wait, where did they say we're getting attacked now? Where do I find that? Arrive in time to help the voice. Okay. So it should be lit up on the map. Good God. All right. We've had that one before. Yes, Mortimer. Hey, fuck you, go away.
I can see crimson lights in the void.
Mortality denied? Alright.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Deliver
I can't
their
believe that's in
demise.
range. Cool. Fuck out of here. Rude. Last hatred.
Unleash the power of our lance battery.
There we go.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Deliver their demise. Send.
Pew pew pew. Good God. Big pew pew. Awfully greedy of you guys to keep attacking the merchant when there's two warships beating the brakes off of your friends. That is a decision.
Set course with all haste. Bring doom to our enemies. Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Where do you think you're going?
We have a destination to reach. Bring doom to our enemies. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Unleash a barrage of destruction.
There we go. Fuck you, Dark Elves.
A new message from Master Scalander, Lord Captain. This time he is not reporting yet another attack, but the alleged location of one of the Xenos leaders. Achilles' aides have reported that said leader will be heading an attack on the paradise world of Grantis. There is one catch. The planet belongs to Caligo's Winterscale, another rogue trader. Master Scalander noted in his message that responding to a distress call is unlikely to be considered an incursion into someone else's territory. The governor of Grantis will most likely send out a call for aid the moment the raid begins. And if your void ship happens to be nearby, no one will question your reasons for landing.
Lord Captain, we've received a Vox message from the rescued vessel. The ship's command sends out an ordnance thanks for your assistance and reports that a shuttle has been dispatched to deliver something to our ship. Seems the captain has decided to personally thank you for saving his hide. As soon as the transfer takes place, the ship will depart the system. I imagine they're worried about the integrity of their whole riddled bucket and want to get as far away from this perilous system as they can. They gave us a really mean shotgun. Alright, thanks. Nice guy. Answer the call to help Brantis. Alright, how many warps is it for me to get there? 1, 2... Ships and forces notified officers about the strange insect-like creature appearing in the astropathic chamber deck. The entity was destroyed, but the incident was recalled a few days later, when one of the astropaths lost his mind, shrieking about the splitting headache. The psycho perished shortly after, and the autopsy revealed the presence of countless bloated lava consuming his brain. The corpse and the insects were safely disposed of. Yeah, these things happen, apparently. You can sleep after hearing the guy's brain was being eaten by bloated warp larvae? Alright, Sarcasms, have a nice night. I think anything being from the warp is inherently scarier, but I get you.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
So much pain in the air, so much pointless, hollow suffering around us. This body is lying face down, its crooked fingers clinging to the ground. This woman had her spine broken, then she was allowed to crawl in the vain hope of escape. Okay, so definitely 100% Dark Elves. The dead noblewoman is staring at the sky with unblinking eyes. Her fingers have been thoroughly broken, and a tangle of intestines lie atop her slashed abdomen.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
This corpse is missing its eyes, nose, and lips. Judging by the maimed mouth, the teeth and tongue were also torn out before death.
We have come here by a dark invitation. The black dragon stirs in the shadows, drinking blood, waiting for you.
Thanks.
Idira, pull yourself together. The governor sent out a call for help. No such entreaty can be considered dark.
Someone split this man's thorax open and turned his ribs inside out. Jesus.
Know your duty.
The face and hands are twisted in a paroxysm of death throes. The victim's last moments were full of torment.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
That wasn't so difficult.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Well, they got out pretty clean, considering.
At last. You took your time coming to meet me, monkey.
The Xenos in ornate black armor turns his head to you. His thin, pale face is covered in tattoos and blood spatters. After a moment, his thin lips stretch into a crooked, unpleasant smile. A couple of seconds pass before you realize that the elucidator is silent. The Xenos is addressing you in low Gothic.
Hold your foul tongue, abomination. Such filth will not use that tone with the Emperor's chosen.
Abelard is white with fury. Yeah, you tell him, Abelard.
Why? I sent an invitation by way of the cattle that dwelt on this world, and the Chosen has so obediently appeared. How are my words anything but the truth?
The Xenos tilts his head to one side. Coercion check. My, this beast can speak our language.
Speaking your language is slightly less trying for my patience than being forced to listen to a monkey machine butchering our tongue. Besides, I want you to understand well what I'm about to tell you.
I know this voice. Who is this? Hang on, what's this guy's name? Marazai. Who is this? Will Dorenzi Mart. What do I know you from? This guy's one of the orc boys in a Space Marine. That's not where I know him from. That's cool. This guy, he's mostly video game voices, even though he's done other stuff. And he's done a ton of Warhammer stuff, which is very amusing. Where do I know your voice from? Oh my god, that's a throwback. Well, that's where I know him from. He's Hades in Smite.
How is it that out of all of your kind, you're the only one to discover our feasts in advance? Usually you're all so slow and sluggish that my kin always have enough time to leave the battlefield before aid arrives. But still, time and time again, your dogs have been there to stand in the Cabal's way.
He pauses, waiting for an answer. Aggravating, is it not? Having someone best you at your own game.
Do not try my patience, monkey.
The Xenos hisses in irritation. We're smarter than we look.
And? That's it? Just an assertion that your kind are not as brainless as you appear to be? This answer does not satisfy me. I will tell you this, monkey. I know you might be lying to me, or you might even be unaware of who is guiding your hand. In any case, I have grown quite tired of your attempts to delay the inevitable. Surely you too have run yourself ragged, chasing us between the stars. Let us put an end to this. Finish this standoff. My forces against yours, once and for all.
The Xenos pauses, mulling over something. Then he continues in an unmistakable tone of weary boredom.
You wander among the stars, so you must know of this place. An ancient reach, where the echo of stellar agony rings still. A place that serves as a graveyard for old stars, still filled with residual emissions and glittering dust. The place that buried your wreck, stuffed full of delicious, frightened monkey, and the horrors that devoured them. The threshold of our domain. Your kind call it the Cinerus Maleficum. That is where our disputes will be settled. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest will be waiting for you, monkey. Do not come unarmed.
Oh my god, you can just totally troll this guy. Hang on a sec. Oh, were you finished pontificating? I think I dozed off there for a second. Do you mind repeating the whole thing from the start? The mask of composure vanishes from the Xenos face. Spitting out a florid, vehement tirade, he draws his weapon. Enraged Dragon, you drove Marazai mad at the governor's camp. I didn't know that was an achievement, actually. Good stuff.
Impure Xenos, I will drown you in your own screams.
I'll adorn myself with your flayed skin.
What is this thing? What the fuck is this? Looks like a Yuan-Ti. So wait, did he really rage at us and then run away like a punk? Apparently, yes. Yes, that's what he did. That's funny. This seems like this fight isn't supposed to happen. Oh, well. Maybe he shouldn't have been so easy to troll.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Will do.
Emperor, give me strength.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
This is strike.
Yeah, they're kind of beefy.
I'll tear your heart out with it.
I bring mercy and retribution, as the tenants demand. Trust me, there is only death, yours or mine. I shall not
Escape the Emperor's judgment.
The shadows will see my blade whispers your name,
Fleshcrafter.
as the tenants demand. This goes against the tenants.
You will pay for this.
Death is a blessing,
I will not submit.
as honor ordains. I shall not fail, as honor ordains. The shadows will see, as the tenants demand. Trust me.
Perfectly fair and balanced class.
The Emperor commands. I can't allow myself to do this. And so it shall be done.
Oh, whoops.
I will not be deterred. Your corrupt way has failed you.
Oh, there were secret dark elves.
Actions will speak loud your defiance. Let this be the warning to all who oppose us. Is nigh. The Emperor, come up. Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Is something still alive? What? What?
May the Divine's will be done.
Oh. Hey, Blood.
My place is at the fore. I'm not interested.
I'm not that fat yet, Spriven. I would be a very I would be a stick bug sumo if I were to try that.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
Don't waste tacos. Anyway, how are you tonight, sir?
I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Well, then you shouldn't be throwing them. J.G. Wentworth. 887 tacos now.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
A pile of mutilated bodies with cut tendons and shattered bones. Looks like this warden died before he could even raise his weapon. The dead warden is pinned to the ground with a blade of their own broken dagger. It was plunged right under their chin to ensure that the victim slowly choked to death.
Over.
The unsleeping eye. When the wearer kills an enemy with finish the job. I don't even know what class has that ability. Alright, whatever, thanks. Reinforced incubus armor.
The Divine watches over us.
I can't go in the tent. The governor's body was masterfully disemboweled. His many implants were removed, after which, judging by the amount of blood, the victim lived for a while longer. Think of some Munchables? Yeah, I hear that.
See? Right there.
The deadly precision bolter. 10% additional hit chance. Single shots with this always score crits. Oh, but it's a bolter pistol. Well, oh, armored the I didn't think this was named armor. All the wearer's attacking abilities cost +1 AP, but have a 20% crit chance, and it has armor that scales with Imperium lore.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
So, Spriven, I'm sure you have them, but, if not, there is a, what are they called? The, Capcom arcade stadiums, 1 and 2. are on sale on Fanatical right now. So I don't know which ways you have to play Knights of the Round and King of the Dragons and all those. But those are all in those, and they're super cheap on that deal right now.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
You on the beat? Oh yeah, the beat 'em up bundle has those two in it also. Yeah. Okay. All right, you're covered. Yeah, what is in these? Really, you can't tell me what's in them? What do we got? Savage Bees, Speed Rumbler, Sidearms, Black Tiger, Slam Masters, bunch of soundtracks? Oh man, if it was, I wish you would have told me. I mean, I'm broke as fuck too, but for $2 I would have gotten you that. Was that on Steam or where was that? I see several King of Fighters 90. Oh, wait. Hang on. Ultimate Match Final Edition. What a title.
Wow.
All right, let me check. Well, shit, man, I wish you would have told me. It was $2 and you wanted it. I've been that broke. I pretty much am that broke, but I'm slightly not that broke. I've been there, man. I would have gotten that for you. Okay, so go all the way back up to this thing. Go all the fucking way back up here. Scanning. Falafels. 3 adamantine. Oh my god, this is the best planet in the game. That is a bunch of stuff. Okay, well, no, dude, until you're back on your feet, man, if something like that comes up, dude, I got karma to pay forward from being that broke, man. Let me know. 1 plasteel.
Wow.
Get the fuck out of here. Scanning. The tiny colony is buried in an enormous yawning pit, the edges of its civilian structures barely visible even from the shuttle. Explore the surface of the colony. The settlement was destroyed when the ground swelled up under it. The forlorn bones of dead colonists are strewn amid the rubble. On the edge of the crater, the scouts discover a tunnel entrance. Apparently, there was an explosion in the cavities beneath the town, whose unsuspecting people fell instantly to the chasm that opened as a result. Near its gaping maws a shuttle, overturned and blackened by the blast, forever motionless. Investigate the tunnel. We found a miscellaneous pile of stuff. Deep beneath the rubble, the scouts uncover the remains of warehouses, depots, and a veritable maze of suspicious tunnels gated with airlocks. Judging by the flattened containers with half-effaced markings, the impressive vast subterranean city belonged to a smuggling syndicate. Oh, we got a cybermastiff thing and the cargo. Alright, and the shuttle? Lying next to the shuttle are empty bomb containers and corpses clad in characteristic armor. The void craft belonged to the Adeptus Arbites. Surviving records suggest it was the arbitrators who planted the explosives and collapsed the tunnels on top of their dwellers. Oh. Searching through papers, you find the demolition plans. The arbitrators knew that detonating the tunnels would bury the colony, but prioritized eliminating the criminals over preserving the lives of ordinary settlers. The documents also include a map of the Coronis Expanse containing encrypted data. It appears that the arbitrators were aware of another smuggler's cache, but in a different system. Well, that wasn't very nice. Is it really back where I just was? Are you kidding me? Game. It really is right where I just was.
Wow.
Fucking incredible. Closing lens. Firing range of lance weapons is reduced by 5, but their damage is increased by 30%. When you say 5, do you mean 5 blocks? Because if that's the case, fuck that. What a terrible item. Alright, is there anything we can do here? No. Is there anything we can do here? No, because I'd rather do that. You know what? Just do it, I guess. Fuck it. Oh, we really should pull the trigger on one of these. Okay, so we can get big frag grenades, which I don't really care about. 3 efficiency. We can get these boots I don't care about. Navy rep. 3 security. Actually, oh, that's right. I didn't want to take this because of the roleplay thing. Devastating storms and acid rains pouring down from the poison atmosphere. There's a small price to pay. Oh, I will, Knights. It like I said, this is everything wrong with me today is part of my normal health issues. So I'll be all right, and I'm waking up a bit now, so it's getting better. So it's a normal thing. It's just got to wear off. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Fuck it. I mean, I'm sure the Coke would wake me up, but I don't think it would be worth it. Yeah, that's right. I forgot we were talking about, you've got some stuff very, some medical issues very adjacent to mine. They're all in the same family. So yeah, that's all. I had some stuff mess with my sleep, and yesterday was also a bad day, so having something else hit me today kind of really screwed everything up. But as long as I'm still kicking. Well, Spriven is a medical doctor. Have you tried putting on a nice bathrobe and doing cocaine? Yep, no, I do the same thing. How are you today, Beld? I'm here.
Wow.
Like that's... It's true. I have seen his certification. I was there when he photoshopped it and printed it.
Wow.
It's as real and legit as anything else on the internet. You say that, Knights, but the second California breaks off or sinks, that land's gonna be so fucking valuable. you wouldn't, I mean, you legitimately, you wouldn't be the first to do it. Who did that song again? Is that Alan Jackson? I don't remember who did that song. Yeah, same. My dad was a country music guy, so I know way more than people think I should. I remember I'm 16 or 17, and there's a punk rock concert in San Francisco, a big daytime concert. And so our one buddy with the car is going around picking us all up. And so there's like 7 of us piled into this 4-seater car that probably shouldn't risk a drive to San Francisco. And so every time we lose a radio station, we're flipping through channels trying to find another one that comes in. And it stopped, and we were flipping channels, a Garth Brooks song came on. And I said, hold up, guys, go back. You want to see something funny? And they're like, what? And they went back to it, and they're like, what is this shit? And I started singing along to the Garth Brooks song, and it was a... Nani? Everyone in the car turns and looks, and why the fuck does Belle know a Garth Brooks song? And I freaked everybody out. No, once I explained it's because of my dad, they let it go. But if I didn't have that answer, I might have been left at a gas station. Yeah. No, so Knights, there's a long-standing rule, and Spriven will back me up on this. Johnny Cash is not country music. Johnny Cash is Johnny Cash. Okay, Johnny Cash is his own. Yes, see, told you. I told you 100%. Spriven will back me on this. I've never met anyone that doesn't exclude Johnny Cash as his own genre, because everyone likes his music, his old and his new, or newer, you know what I mean. His early career and late career, everybody likes it. People that love country, people that hate country. He is exempt from all hatred of genres because he's the motherfucking man in black. So, yeah, he doesn't count. Hey, Hank. 9/11. Hank. Too soon. Too soon. Yeah. See, Kat just got here. Literally logged into the middle of the conversation. Nights, and she knows. Well, yeah, you do, Nights, just in Japan. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I know. Too soon. Jesus, Cat.
Wow.
You guys are gonna get my channel suspended. And also, what Sprivet is saying is true. Other than Columbia Records, none of the country people wanted to sign Johnny Cash, especially after he was having legal issues. So, that is factual. Why is everybody suddenly coming in here at the exact same moment? That's weird. Usagi, Cat, welcome. Happy burning of the White House Day. I don't think that's happened yet, Hank. Hot girl conspiracy. Lead behind the same financial advisor for and Wesley Snipes and Nicolas Cage. You got to hire Nicolas Cage as an accountant if he wasn't in prison for the rest of his life. Hank, I don't know what kind of American history they're teaching in Canada, but I don't think that's accurate. Who, Nick Cage? Nick Cage has only been doing bangers lately. And that's because he's out of debt. Why did I come here again? Why needed the sandstone exterior? Hank, what the fuck are you talking about? And also, guys, just for the record, in case it turns into this, okay? It's a serious moment. I have the rule on the channel about, you know, leaving politics and stuff out of it, but I don't mind it dipping it a little, especially when we're having fun. But some serious shit just went down here in the US with somebody, and it's causing a lot of problems. So let's definitely not veer into that today or this week to avoid anything, because that's there's been some spicy stuff going on. So yeah, nobody did anything wrong. Just we're it's a bad time stateside right now.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Really? What? Okay, this is fair to discuss. Why? You guys are pretty removed from us. You're a wee bit far away. You haven't been annexed as our 54th state yet. Few possible buyers. Nice. That's good. No, you shouldn't. Okay? If that's where they're at and they have the money to do that, okay? Then they can sell their open copy and recoup the difference, and they're not going to be hurting in between selling it. So do not open or do not separate those nights. That's bullshit. They can sell their copy. If I was that type of collector, that's exactly what I would do. Yeah, no, fuck all that. Celebrities here are saying we should not celebrate the death of that. Yeah, I'm surprised that's... Pardon me for slipping context in, but I've talked to Americans and some of them believe the Philippines is it. Yeah, and you know why they think that, Usagi, other than Americans are stupid? Get ready to try to process this, Usagi. I'm not kidding. Americans mix up Puerto Rico and the Philippines all the time because they're tiny little islands they can't find on a globe that start with a P. And we know one of them is not a state, but it's a state. That's why. And I know how insane that sounds, but that is why some Americans think you guys are a colony or related or whatever. Okay, so for some reason, Filipino celebrities are jumping in with... Yeah, it's... I don't know. Hey, actually, Knight, you want to... Hang on. Knights, you got access to one of those I can pick up off you? I've got the separate art book and everything, but you got any of those lying around? Now I remember what I wanted to do. Or wait, where's my safe? Oh, it's over here. Okay, yeah, if you've got one of those you're willing to let go. That I would be interested in. I was able to get the hard-to-get art book for it separately, really cheap, because somebody didn't know how to spell. My favorite way to find stuff, by the way, guys. Remember that people selling stuff don't always spell check. Always type in misspellings of what you're looking for on eBay. Always. But, I've not been able to pick up a good condition, you know, like, I mean, the disc in good condition, not all scratched up and everything, or they're missing the soundtrack disc. Oh, you don't, I mean, I'd really appreciate that, but you don't have to do that. I'm not in a position to say no. Yeah, actually, let me, I think it's, hang on, I think I actually have it. The last time I remember the art book, I had it up on that shelf, but it's not there. Oh, fair enough. Well, yeah, I don't, if you do that, it would be incredibly generous. I would really appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. Again, if you can find me one decent, you know, great. Oh, I'm sorry, Usagi. Get the money. Get that bag, baby. That's what it's about. Yeah! Priven, Sardinisms is asleep. Actually, Sardinisms and Unpretty are asleep. I don't know if Cat's still here. Cat's been very bounce in and out. Yeah, but 3D printers are very expensive up front, Spriven, and it takes a while to get them calibrated, so you're gonna burn through a ton of resin before you get it working right. So there's that cost. There's the speed and size of projects. You want to do a lot of research for that, and you want a lot. That is a big upfront investment. And anyone who tells you it isn't is a liar. Well, just know that I personally know lots of people that did that for some passive income, and a whole bunch of them lost their asses, not understanding the upfront cost, not doing research and getting one good enough for the projects they wanted. Oh yeah, I appreciate that, man. You don't got to do that, but yeah, the game, the most the game should cost, not counting factory sealed and everything. Oh, and obviously I want the manual with it, obviously. Yeah, complete in box. But 100 is the most it's worth. Opened. Without the art book, and a lot of people want to try to get 140 for it, and I'm like, you're high. It's 100 in like pristine condition, opened. Relax. So I keep holding out looking for something for 70 or 80, and every time I find one though, I'm like, can I get a picture of the disc? And it looks like they played frisbee with the disc on sandpaper. And they're like, well, it works. We tested it. And I go, it works in your player. I don't know if you know this. Not every PlayStation 2 reads discs the same when they're damaged. And, yeah, no. Yeah, this won't surprise you at all, Knights. Anytime any of my friends need a hard to get rare game or something, they usually come to me. And I'm like, all right, give me a bit. And I go and try to hunt them down. Like one I'm looking for that it's easy to find. I just don't want to pay it because I don't have it. But, someday I'll find one cheap. Sir Alakazari. Sir Alakazar's a real life friend. And, he's a big hockey guy, and we were playing Mutant League football, the newer ones, and I was telling him about the old Genesis one, and then I told him, there's a hockey game. He goes, wait, there's mutant murder hockey? And I'm like, yeah, there is. Like, dude, you have to get that game so I can play it. And unfortunately, that one is a bit rare and a bit pricey. But I'm like, it's not a priority for him. But I'm like, no, I keep an eye out. I find one laying in a bin someday, cheap and forgotten. I will grab it. I will call you immediately, and you can come play some mutant murder hockey. Spriven, some of us we like the playing on the original stuff. Like, I mean, some of us are OG hardware guys. Also, a lot of PS2 emulation is fucking bullshit. But, yeah, that is unfortunate. What the good news about disc rot is Dreamcast games, for whatever reason, are getting hit with disc rot like faster than the earlier disc systems. But as we all know, Dreamcast games can be burned. So burn everything you can burn. But yeah, I think it's interesting that the Dreamcast ones are rotting before PlayStation and PlayStation 2 ones. That's very strange to me. But it's also interesting because those have no copyright protection whatsoever. Yeah, and it's unfortunate. Sega made so many bad systems and decisions in a row, but the Dreamcast was really good and a few years ahead of its time. But bad launch, and the games could be copied, and then they were done. Yeah, and that as well. And the internet wasn't big enough to utilize its internet stuff yet. Again, that was like part of why it was way ahead of its time. Get that thing away from me. Yeah, as someone who shit on Sega a lot in my youth, the Dreamcast is fucking awesome. An opening? Oh, these are... Fuck, where were those? Oh yeah, they lost their... The only reason Sega survived that is that that rich old guy that was dying, who was friends with like the vice president or something, he really believed in them, and he donated like 60% of his fortune to them in his will. Like, that's the only reason Sega survived that as long as they did. But honestly, Sega made the right call getting out, because ever since Sega became a game dev publisher, they've been making bangers. Yeah, Sega was right to get out of the console market. They really were. Wait, what? But Knights, you're not giving us enough information. Which time when it was too late for Atari. Because Atari has died and come back and died 4 times now. You talk about not learning. The Jaguar wasn't their last time. Atari's done another comeback since then and then lost everything and died. It's hard to keep up with Atari's L's. It's really hard. It should be it's an entire history book. And Spriven, you know what's really funny about them spending all that time trying to keep the Genesis stuff working? They got that idea from the PC Engine, which was super successful everywhere but America. And they tried to follow how they were going, but didn't do it right in a very different market. Over the where it's an ally with an area. No, this is stupid. Yep, and then single-handedly murdered the games industry. What a bunch of fucking heroes. The turret of the wearer's rain tag feels like tougher resisting. It's very possible. What is taunting scream?
Wow.
And elves. Yep. Oh no, I know that because my dad was in the computer industry since there was a computer industry. So as a very little kid, I actually got to hear him talking about all this as just like industry stuff going on. Like he didn't work directly with them, but he worked with all the guys that worked with them. So I was just hearing about all this as a kid, not understanding this was very unique, you know, Silicon Valley history. When you're little, like, you know, the whole world is where you live. So yeah, the big giant blocks, the big tape. Yeah, my dad started on those. Let's see. I always liked the one that was on the spinning table. It was like on its own custom, like little bar table on a big metal pole. and it spun all the way around in a circle, and then you would have the big metal wheel on it. I always liked that one. I'm really dating myself here. Yeah, and now we have these. What is it, Mortimer? Hi, little kitty. I'm glad we're all talking and stuff, because I'm doing something really boring for the stream. Ranger's Visor. Oh, is that also a head slot? Fuck. You think we have education for all now? Yep, they went from the Famicom family computer, then went, what's going on in the West? All right, we can't use the word video game. This is an entertainment system. Literal billion-dollar idea. Hello, Mortimer. Yes, baby. Well, that and doing a horrific draconian practice to make sure they didn't lose their ass, but I always respected them for that because it needed to be done. Unfortunately, now Nintendo is just pure evil scumbags, and now everyone else is going to follow suit, and they're ruining everything. Pretty upset about that. Each enemy killed by the wearer's area take. No. Baby, don't hit. Mortimer, we don't hit people. I know you were playing, but you have to be careful. Are you just trying to look cute, kitty? This is... Oh, God. This is what is batting at me on the floor. See, I like everything. I mean, if you put a gun to my head, then yeah, PC, but... Or their enter turn, no. CDI. Wow. That is one of the few systems I don't own, and I'm okay with it. Why do you own Why do you own 3? What? What? I'm not gonna laugh at that. I'm just confused. You got one in the box, one you found at a thrift shop on a shelf, one you had given to you because nobody wanted it. Okay, fair. You're right. If somebody said, "Hey, Beld, I know you collect video game stuff. I've got this and I don't want to deal with it. Do you want it?" I would take the CDI and I would take care of it. So, you know what? That's fair. I wouldn't say no to someone like, "I'm gonna get rid of this." I will find stuff like that a good home. Man, I wouldn't go out of my way to get a CDI. Oh God, no. Oh, this is useless. Yes, Mortimer. Yes, baby. Brady Cyrus has a CDI, plays on stream dice. Well, yeah, but a 3DO has a couple of good games. There's reasons to have a 3DO, not at the price people want for them. But you got it for $5? Okay, I'd probably buy a CDI for $5. I think that's I could convince myself of that. No, I always picked on the 3DO, but a streamer showed me some really good games for the 3DO other than the two everyone thinks of. And I went, you know what? That's not bad. It's a shame they sell for $1 bajillion now. But yeah, Jank to Jesus showed me good. Let me give him some love here. We raid him a lot at night. Yeah, Jank Jesus showed me some good 3DO games and made me take it off my 100% shit on list. Really? That's cool. Oh, Mortimer. Mortimer, you want to play a perfect arcade port of MK2 on 3DO? PT? Yeah. Okay, so hang on. That is insane. And what's funny, that's actually a direct upgrade. Because... well, not quite, because it's 20, but still. No, the Neo Geo was actually perfect. There was nothing wrong with the Neo Geo except the price. That was the rich tech geeks console. But the Neo, like all these other systems we're talking about, have problems. There ain't nothing wrong with the Neo Geo. Okay. The item increases the ruler Xenos over by 10. All skills by 10. I mean, okay. Yeah, but again, branding wasn't why the Neo Geo didn't sell. Correct, that's what killed the TurboGrafx also. But Neo Geo didn't sell because it didn't have a brand name. It didn't sell because people went, oh, what's this? Wow, this is great. How much? And then and that was the end of that. That ended any and all discussions once that price tag was seen. Because, trust me, every store I went to as a kid that had a Neo Geo stand or a display always had people around it stopping and looking at it. And then every time they would go pick up the box, they'd read the back of the box, they'd look at some of the games, and then they'd pull that price tag slip and look at it and put it back and go down the Nintendo aisle. I saw that so many times as a kid. It was unreal. The Neo Geo's quality sold itself. People just had to look at it. But then they had to pay for it. That was a much bigger problem. Yeah, and don't forget, how much were the Neo Geo controllers? The Neo Geo controllers were pretty fucking bonkers as well. Price-wise. Yeah. And of course, what arcade guy didn't want the Long Boy? Right? Because they wanted the fucking... I got a home arcade game. I got Samurai Showdown. I want to play it with a fucking arcade controller. So they wanted a Long Boy. So, I mean, it was just... It was a premium system. Commodore Amiga C32. I think I know what that is. Let me... Commodore Amiga... Oh, that thing! Those are adorable. I remember this. Yeah. Fucking horrible controllers. Yeah, I remember this thing. I've never known anyone who had one. I don't mean like collector. I mean, like they got it as a kid or their dad had it or anything. I never knew anyone who had one. If I recall, it's a piece of garbage, but there were some decent game ports on it if memory serves. So there's someone on eBay in Germany selling one with a CD TV and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I don't think they know what everything is because I see 2 Super CD games in this pile, which are not going to run on that system. It would be the console would punish your child. Look, I liked the Virtual Boy, damn it. Well, again, the 3 good games on it. Well, okay. Virtua Tennis wasn't a bad game. I just don't give a fuck. But an MSX2? Okay. If I had an MSX2, the only thing I really care to play on that, now that I can play original Metal Gear on this, is I want to play Snatcher completely uncensored. Still wouldn't be in English, though, so that doesn't really help me. But... Wario, was that the other one that was... I mean, I'd probably play it. None of those were bad. Oh, the Knights, the TurboGrafx, or by extension, the Turbo Duo, is my favorite game system. Like, I adore, I've been championing that forever. Vampire Killer or Nightmare 2, okay, hang on, Spriven, mate, you're... Either I'm forgetting things, or these are things I don't know about. Let me look, hang on, I'm getting yelled at by Spriven. Vampire Killer on MSX2. Okay, that's Castlevania. And isn't there other ways to play this now? A little different, Well, don't forget, it didn't just sell well in Japan, it killed in Europe, too. TG16 was crushing in Europe. It did good everywhere but the US, where we, didn't advertise it, except in comic books. And then Nightmare 2. What about Nightmare 1, Spriven? God. Maze of Gallius. What is this? You play the warrior Popalon.
Wow.
I've never seen or heard of these. It doesn't look great. That doesn't mean it is. It's old. Oh, Night. Not only do I play it still, so anytime I'm streaming a console game, all my console stuff is over here. So if you ever join the stream and I'm like this to the camera, you know I'm playing on console. And one of the systems I have hooked up to it is my Analog Duo, which was a modern, affordable remake with a bunch of modern conveniences that works like a Turbo Duo. So I actually I keep this, so my Duo is out in the living room, but my Analog I keep right here for streaming, TG16 and Super CD stuff. So yeah, you want to talk about having it hooked up and ready to go? I got one in the living room to play and one for streaming right there. Like, I have never pre-ordered an unofficial electronic so fast as when they announced the Analog Duo. I was like, gimme, gimme, gimme. What the fuck was I doing again? Oh yeah, we're fixing... Oh, I was checking Abelard's skills. I'm trying to clean this up before we go to the end of the chapter. Yeah, I don't think he's got... Okay, that still works. Okay, yeah, that won't change anything with his build at all. Okay, yeah, we'll give him that. Fine. Not quite. Okay, what's our Genta got on her back? That's terrible. I have a 3-in-1 retro console to play that. Oh yeah. I love those things. A Lynx. Well, you can't win them all. as a notorious hater, yeah, the PSP's pretty good. Yeah, what's this do? The reload thing. Okay, this is junk. This is junk. It's amazing how much bad gear I've left on Abelard since the prologue, because he's so awesome. I'm like, he's fine. I don't need to check his gear. Whatever I have on him's working great. Hey, Spriven, don't look at the TurboGrafx 16 fan. Turbo Express had backlighting and was the first color handheld. All right, they were way ahead of the curve on that, and you didn't have to rebuy the games. You just played the same fucking games, which was huge. 8 nights, as long as you're looking for rare stuff and being nice and wanted to give it to me, can you go get me a Turbo Express? You could just pass me a Turbo Express real quick.
Wow.
That'd be great. I spent 6 years of my childhood, or teenage years, trying to hunt one down. And then I moved to Arizona. I got financially stable again, and then I found out they'd quintupled in price. Well, yeah, dude, the fucking Game Gear needs, what, 8 AA's, and you get about 40 minutes out of it? It was like $20 to play the Game Gear. Playing the Game Boy at night on car trips was like this. This was playing Game Boy at car trips, okay? Oh. There's a street light coming up. Oh. Street light. Like, does anyone else have to do that? Get excited waiting for street lights so you can do the next thing in your Game Boy game? Oh my god, I forgot all about the Nomad. Yeah, that was a thing. It was made and released. And it could be purchased.
Wow.
It absolutely could. I seen it. I've seen a couple of them, and I actually knew. Oh my god, I didn't realize how weird this was. I actually knew 2 people who had Nomads. And by the way, one of the people who had a Nomad was the only the same person, the only one I knew who had an Atari Lynx. Now that I think about it, that's interesting. Yes, Mortimer. I know, baby. Meow. Meow. Hello, kitty. You actually want to know, Mad? What's the limit on what you'd pay for one? I'll keep an eye out. God, yeah, I remember. Like, I know what it is. I just completely forgot about it. CPU Motorola 68,000.
Wow.
Oh, that was a choice. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? The Megajet, a portable Mega Drive for airplanes and cars, was the inspiration for the Nomad. I've never seen or heard of it. You guys, look at this. What is this thing? Oh, the link didn't work. Why can I not paste this link? There we go. Look at this thing. Inbox factory seal Final Fantasy Adventure and a Sega CD inbox. So okay, so you've never seen that either. You must... apparently this was the inspiration for the Nomad. I've never seen or heard of that in my life. The Megajet. Well, we both just learned something today. What the fuck? A Sega Megajet. Anyone got one for sale? $750. $800. Okay, that's terrifying. There's hardly any online for sale. Oh, those things must be rare as fucking balls, man. Sega Megajet handheld console, Mega Drive Genesis with box from Japan. What a wild fucking system. There's one for 400, no box or nothing. Weird. God, Sega made some wacky shit, man. Well, Knights, as I'm sure you've noticed, you and I have had a lot of similar jobs and things in life, and I've never seen or heard of this thing either. I'm looking at I've never seen the box for it, nothing. This thing is completely alien to me. God, that really does look like it's the price too, depending on what box and accessories. These are $400 to $900. That's crazy. And there's not a lot of them. Bishu jet fighter control, shaped like a jet fighter. Who the fuck wants that? What? It's looking like the box is 5 to 800. Out of box is 2 to 400. Also, look at this ugly. Oh my golly, that link. Look at this ugly, horrible controller. Did people actually want this? Hey, yeah, but that works for Genesis and Super Nintendo.
Wow.
Apparently. What a... That thing is fucking horrific. Yep, all the same guts and wiring and connectors. And honestly, using a Genesis control makes a lot of those games a lot more tolerable to play, which is very amusing. Wow, all the characters that are really good, I have not been updating their gear at all. GameCube control. Yep, I've seen that fucking thing. This is the first controller design you've ever seen. Yeah, and it's apparently rare and selling for over $200. You gotta have better armor for her, right? Oh, that's right. She's really high dodge. Dark Revelation? What is Dark Revelation? And no, and also, nights, it's not bothering me. It's a slow night. I'm doing boring stuff in the game right now, and this is community interaction. So I have no problems with it, except that we just learned about a system none of us have ever seen or heard of, that now you gotta find a couple $100 to go out and get one. You know, you gotta take it on a plane then too, so everyone can ask about it, right? Oh, wait, we need a rock saw on him. What are we doing? Where are my other rock saws? Am I blind? These things are huge. How can I not see a rock saw? Wait, what? Where am I? Wait, what? Where are they? There they are. Time to go inquisiting. Those are terrible. Yeah, more damage, whatever. Okay, this is taking too long. That's good enough. Or, no, hang on. We found a few pieces of junk we gotta get out of our inventory here, like that. That needs to go. That needs to go. No, I have something else. Oh, whatever. Okay. Alright, clean up the inventory a bit. Got some gear swapped around. %80 armor and light armor. It's so good. Alright, alright. Where is, you know what, I'm gonna, oh, actually, I don't have to look it up. It's where the ship is. It's right there. During the warp journey, the augurs discovered a strange object that had been following the rogue traitor's void ship for several hours. Judging by the distorted telemetry, it was a strangely shaped vessel of Xeno origin. The unidentified pursuer tried to approach the void ship several times, allowed the augurs to observe the shimmering energy sails unfurled among the shifting currents of the warp. The strange chase ended after the mysterious ship vanished in the depths of the Sea of Souls. So everything was fine. During the period designated as the night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turned stale. Those who were awake reported feeling incredibly tired. Those who were asleep later reported having horrible nightmares. The Xenos Yelret, one of the Lord Captain's personal retinue, was found delirious in one of the ship's bays. She was screaming in her unholy language, her arms raised high above her head as if she was trying to keep the sky from falling. The enforcers were unable to free her from the trance. Two who attempted to move Yelret were attacked and died instantly. The Xenos regained awareness about 10 hours later. She explained that she had seen her homeworld of Kruderak collapsing around her, and she had been the only one able to hold up its walls. She added that no monkey should ever touch her again without permission, and that in the future she would deal with the call of the warp on her own.
Wow.
What? Great. Anything else? Nope. Oh, for fuck's sake. Lord Captain, there's been a tragedy on Dargonis. Governor Drivestem has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms. But the psychics he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness. The astropaths lost sleep, started clawing at their skin to the flesh and muttering gibberish, and eventually went completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the most resilient astropaths are upholding the connection to Dargonis. But how long will they last? Where did the former astropaths come from? And can we get more of them? I've received complaints that Governor Drivestem has devastated the minor astropathic choirs of the Protectorate. He scaled them down by almost half through blatant abuse of his authority. To take more people for these choirs would mean depriving ourselves of connections with other worlds. We could try to hire sanctioned psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the road to the Imperium is perilous. We could also try getting by with the resources that are already available to us by seeking out fugitive astropaths and having them train psychically active citizens of the Protectorate who show promise. A most regrettable violation of his laws, but considering our grave situation. And what is the cause of this confliction? Confliction? Wow, What is the cause of this affliction? Who knows? The schemes of heretics from the cult of the Final Dawn? Treacherous magic of Xenos? Perhaps it was a planned diversion? Or merely a stray echo of the Immaterium? Alright, bring me sanctioned astropaths, steal them, take them by force, threaten them, whatever it takes. We gain Witch Collector. Okay. Hire sanctioned astropaths for any price we need them. Okay. Hire unsanctioned psychers. We cannot lose contact with the capital. We gain the psychic ward. Fuck all that. What say my advisors? Where can we obtain a new choir? Astral paths are among the most finely trained servants of the Imperium, who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the rogue traitor to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If they are not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more. Your lordship, Lady Theodora not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. There are a lot of psychers on my home planet Lyra, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There, we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on black ships. There, we are sheltered from raids, educated, and respected. Of course, it's all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I suggest which rulers to contact. Maybe the Von Valencia's family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a better trained group of astropaths than some criminal rebel. Adira, my lady, why would you say that in front of the Inquisitor? You just doomed your entire planet of Lyra. They are legitimately doomed. Alright, we can ask Heinrichs to get some, which I really like that option, because he'll get legit people, or they'll make legit people. Disciple of the Damned. Demons, Chaos Creatures, Psychers, and Navigators deal 10% less damage to the Rogue Trader and allies. Wow, that's kind of huge, actually. Hang on. Dear, give me the chords. Let's see. Again, Psychic Ward. What's Witch Collector do again? They gain Fellowship bonus divided by 2 momentum when using any Psych or Navigator powers. 10% damage reduction to demons, chaos creatures, psychers, and I mean how do you not take that? Hey, Blood, it's time to reach out to I have lost the ability to talk after learning about that Sega system. Hey, Blood, it's time to reach out to Theodora's old friends. It will be done. I wonder how many of them are still alive. A ship carrying 24 astropaths soon arrived on Dargonis. They descended to the surface, covered head to toe in protective amulets as if going to war. The news of the tragedy that had befallen the previous choir had quickly spread throughout the expanse. Each of them conveyed words of amenity for the rulers who had sent them, and each asked permission to visit the family crypt to pay tribute to Lady Theodora. There has been no recurrence of the disastrous astropathic madness, but the new astropaths have all reported hearing strange whispers ever since their first day on the planet. That sounds like a problem for future me, and that guy's an asshole. Whatever, just do it, I guess. What, Mortimer? Okay, where are we going? There. Mortimer. Oh, that we've seen that one. Alright, let's see if we can get through this stupid fucking event now without getting warped across the map for no fucking reason. Let's also make a save, because we probably can't, because this event is stupid. Scanning. A small planet gently wrapped in amber forest greets you with a ruby-colored dawn. Basil von de Klerch, a local governor, gives the rogue trader a warm welcome. After several glasses of Damascene, the sweltering ruler asks if Holt von Valentius would like to keep him company during an upcoming hunt. I accept the offer. After several hours of riding the local peculiar animals, you make camp in the middle of a golden forest. Basil von de Klerch points at the sky. A flat disk rises over the horizon, constantly morphing in color and shape. The forest grows silent and empty, and you can no longer hear the singing of birds or even the rustle of wind. The governor nods with satisfaction, and a few shapes step into the clearing. Their bodies are twisted by an unknown phenomenon, and you watch the freaks with astonishment as they begin to dance to the throaty cackling of their brethren, turning their bony growths and pulsating flesh of their scaly hands towards the unnatural thing in the sky. I ask the governor what in the fuck's going on. The governor smiles coyly. You are about to see with your own eyes what is happening here. What did I do before? I think I watched it. The hypnotic dance seems to continue forever. The unfortunate creatures howled and whined and convulsed, unable to tear their bleating eyes from the celestial body. When the Pavonine disk outshone even the light of the local star, the physical shells of the things that used to be men burst, releasing beasts onto this plane that not even the most fluent and capable pen could describe. Basil von de Klerch excitedly explains that the creatures you saw are the children of the great King of Distortion. It is he who is the true god and patron of these fertile grounds. Once every cycle his chariot shines its light upon the world and bestows transformations upon his most ardent followers. The rogue trader may become one of his heralds. Execute the governor on the spot. The governor's head separates from his neck with a distinctive squelch. Black and brown blood seeps into the soil beneath his corpulent body and is immediately transformed into a writhing tangle of worms that burrow deep into the ground with unnatural speed. You return to the ship pondering what to do with the world and, more importantly, what to do with the King of Distortion. Order the crew to chart a course to the anomaly known as the King of Distortion. The senior officers observe suspicious activity emanating from the twisted celestial body at the heart of the system. The chaplain advises you to get ready for a potential encounter with the spawn of the archenemy, so it may be wise to reconsider unless you have holy relics, sacred wards, or blessed effigies of the Emperor. Aflame with a plethora of colors, the distorted celestial disk trembles slightly beyond the endless windows of the captain's bridge as the rogue trader's ship approaches its center. An otherworldly voice, cold and enveloping, enters your mind. What could this puny wretch possibly offer a king? The officers on the bridge look around, perplexed. Their eyes are full of terror and confusion. Many clutch their heads and let out long howls of pain. Some empty their stomachs, but most, pale and exhausted though they are, have joined the Lord Captain in resisting the entity's influence. Who am I talking to? An endless flow of images fills your consciousness. You see horrifying scenes of millions of tortured souls. Their screams rend your mind. Their pain pierces you with 1,000 red-hot needles. King, ruler, the one who is obeyed. That is all you can make sense of, although you see much more. Command the entity to release the minds of the Amber Worlders from its grip. The king's mocking laughter rings in your ears, and a deep red trickle runs slowly from your nose and over your lips, leaving an aftertaste of salt and metal. Order a ship-wide 1,000-voiced prayer service over holy relics for protection of Amberworld, the Imperium, and your own souls. Deafening gong strikes are heard across the hundreds of decks. Your eyes are misted with red and your gums bleed as your subjects fall to their knees all at once in a shared prayer to the God Emperor. The holy relics from the ship's temples melt from the ardor of your speech, and the entity screams and writhes inside your brain, struggling to break out. Many drop dead during the first minutes of the prayer, unable to resist the corruption. However, others immediately take their place, unfazed by the sight of their fellows turning to dust in seconds. Then a nauseating stench engulfs the ship's decks like a wave, causing people to retch forth their innards. Finally, every deck is plunged into darkness. Ghosts of the past walk among the living, stealing breath from the weak of spirit, and still the prayer is not extinguished. It is hard to tell if the prayer service has lasted several hours or several days. At some point you feel the very essence overflow with heat and power, and then the intruding will falters. The distorted disc vanishes from the void ship's augers as if it had never been there, and at long last, everything is quiet. As everyone slowly recovers from what has just happened, reports begin to come in to the captain's bridge. You've lost a third of your crew in the unequal fight, and the fortunate survivors are going to take quite some time to come around. All hail the rogue trader. Holy fuck. What? The golden forests of Amberworld look enchanting, even from orbit. I guess I just saved you guys, and I lost a third of my crew, so, I am now the sovereign of Amberworld. And I have a mobile extractium. From the moment the world belonged to the rogue trader alone, your people eradicated the settlement's housing and the unclean followers of the profane cult. The corruption instilled by the King of Distortion loosened its grip, and the estates of Amberworld can breathe a sigh of relief thanks to the efforts of their new ruler. Yet malicious servants of the archenemy still lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to wrap the planet in a web of heresy. Evil does not simply disappear without a trace. You gained people. You guys got any tribute? Relieved to be free of the archenemy's yoke, the planet's subjects gratefully send you their humble gifts. Yet there's still an event here. What the fuck? What is the king? What just happened? King of Distortion. I'm pretty happy with that outcome, so I think I'll keep it regardless, but what is going on? Give it a relic, you can defeat him, cast of Here's the mechanic of the event. Okay. Yeah, I smarter, man. Nope. Okay, swear fealty to the king, earning the king's herald rumor. Attack the king directly, warping you to system speculo. Smite the king with holy fury, earning the king killer rumor. Get this option, select command the entity to release the mines, also. Leave the king alone, warping system speculos. Okay. What a weird... What a weird fucking event. So I gained a rumor? Kingkiller. The rogue trader, by the force of his words and faith, overpowered the unfathomable entity serving the archenemy. Glory to the Von Valentius dynasty. Okay, does that do anything? I'm so confused. Did we get a perk? Like what? No, no perk. Weird. Okay. Well, we did the King of Distortion, I guess. I have no idea what we got out of that, except we freed a planet, which is a reward, but not a tangible one. Okay, okay, okay. I guess we gotta go play the game.
Wow.
Alright, we are out of navigator points. I hope we find a way to get more of those. Yeah, we've had that one before. Really? Oh my god, game. The Medicaid teams from the lower decks reported the appearance of a dense purple fog that causes people to develop mutant deformities, short tentacles roughly the length of a pinky finger. Since the deformities do not interfere with the crew's performance, the Medicaid are not certain whether this phenomenon should be cause for concern, but the riffraff are already whispering of heresy. Organized prayer and sacred rituals to banish the fog. Led by the preachers of the ecclesiarchy, the Voidsmen gathered for a mass prayers. The priest chanted holy verses to banish the corruption. Some of the more severely infested crew members failed to endure the celebration of the God Emperor's glory and perished before the vessel could leave the immaterium. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Oh wait, I gotta go. Fuck, I forgot. I gotta go back, because fucking prison colony I just flew away from. My god, fine. You couldn't have popped that up a little earlier, game? We've had that event. Let me go grab a drink, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, what do you people need me to be here for in person? As soon as I warped away from this planet, you rat bastards. Reverend Hermias Doloroso has arrived on the planet for a brief visit. A great many internet pilgrims have come with him in hopes of finding a new home. Okay, I gained 2 people. Organize a grand mass burning of blasphemers in the week of faith in honor of his arrival. We have lots of promethium, don't we? We do. Yeah, let's do that. Organize a grand mass burning of blasphemers and those of weak faith in honor of the Reverend Hermias' arrival. The colony's spiritual fervor has impressed many of the pilgrims, and they have decided to stay on the Rogue Trader's planet. Reverend Hermias departed for another world, taking the rest of the faithful with him in search of a planet that could become their home. I didn't really need to be there for that, but okay. Okay, great. Yeah, we've had that one. Yep, we've had that event too. All right. All right, guys. Do we finally move the plot forward, or do we do the Arbites quest? Alright, no one's gonna stop me from doing a side quest, apparently. We will never finish this. Rogue Trader, the Marshal is ready to meet with you. Do you wish to commence the audience? Yes, I am ready. Let's discuss business. Holy shit, look at all them Judge Dreads. That Servo Skull is a book. That's adorable. Holy fuck, that dude looks like a hard ass. 2 markedly distinct figures approach your throne. Marching in front is a man clad in Adeptus Abites armor. He carries his helmet in the crook of his arm, but his stern facade serves him as well as any visor could. He bows to you sharply. Marshal Strux of the Adeptus Abites. A dry shadow follows after the marshal. An old woman... Well, look who it is.
Young people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
They're doing their part.
Are you?
Join the mobile infantry and save the world.
Marwall, thank you so much for the raid, man. Did you finish Terminator? You were like 70% done when I started stream, so I'm guessing you finished it. Raiders, welcome. Good to see you guys. A dry shadow follows after the marshal. An old woman, familiar to you and likely to generations of clerks at the Administratum Palace. The ampleness of her robes gives the illusion that the Master of Seals is hovering rather than walking. The woman bows. Rogue trader Hort van Valencias. I, Prefect Inscribal Voltor, greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum. I will now begin the due procedure of official address to the ruler of Dargonis, as formalized by Amendment 4N/10 to Law SK-941. May your name be wreathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you a duty worthy of his chosen. Her monotonous droning is making you wary. It seems she intends to go on for a good while longer. Doze off. Get comfortable and listen to the end. We've saved humanity and sent ourselves back to ensure more survival. Next time hitting Annihilation Line and then ending an Infiltrator. Also managed to show off that if you unhook the frame rate and run at 300 FPS, it's aerial spin at 80 miles an hour and looks silly. I hope I can be there for you playing Annihilation Line, because clearly, after us talking about the movies earlier today, you're a Terminator fan. Annihilation Line is incredible. Also, I have a clip I want to show you, but I can't show it to you yet because it'll spoil something in Annihilation Line. So don't let me forget that. When you're done with it, I have a clip to show you. I have my own fun bug I can show you in the Terminator game. It's going all right. I think I've done everything I can do in Chapter 2 except this DLC side quest, and no one stopped me from doing it, so... Oh, excuse me. So we're gonna do this one, and then I don't think we have anything left to do. Also, fuck the King of Distortion. That guy's an asshole. The Prefect resumes her elaborate formula. You notice a few poorly concealed yawns and frenzied blinking among the crowd. The speech drags on for another 5 minutes, but you pass this test of fortitude honorably. At last, the Prefect's address comes to an end. Abelard, what are these people doing in my domain? Well, all of these are kind of asshole responses. That's weird. Prefect, Master of Seers. There's not too many titles for one official. It is proportionate to my duties, your lordship. While I am involved with the Administratum's archiving cogitators, I proudly bear the title of Master of Seals. In all other circumstances, I am a mere prefect. This distinction allows me to organize my work in due fashion, and as you surely understand, clarity and order are critical components of the sacred acts of maintaining and managing records. I guess this is the least dick one. I do not recall seeing you at court. What are you doing in my domain? Yeah, no, I killed him too. A couple days ago when I ran into him completely unexpected. It did not go that well. And I actually was going to reload for something completely unrelated. And then I saw he teleported me all the way across the map, and I went, man, fuck you. But that guy's still an asshole. But yeah, dude, Annihilate, I can't even talk to you about why you're going to love Annihilation Line. Let's just say when I streamed it, I had 6 or 7 people in chat who had all played the game before and had watched me play through this that realized I was a big movie fan. And all of them were like, we've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting. And I'm like, okay, guys, I get it. You're waiting for this. And then it hit. And my reaction on stream, they were all like, and that's what we were waiting for. And we are glad you're reacting that way. So you will get what I got out of it, I am sure. The Marshal leans forward. His voice is low, and when he speaks, it feels as though the marble tiles of the palace have begun to vibrate. The Adeptus Administratum delegation, accompanied by Adeptus Arbites, have arrived to greet Lady Theodora's successor, and to see to the extension of our decades-long arrangement. If I may continue, the prefect steps forward, dragging her feet slightly. As per the decree of Theodora von Valencias, Ordinance number 037/3N, the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites are sanctioned to use the Palace of Justice, oversee tithe collection in the Protectorate, and review any and all cases of tithe avoidance, tithe exceedance, or other irregularities. These rights have been formalized in numerous pacts and statutes under the main decree. Considering your new position, you may have yet to acquaint yourself with all of these documents. I never will. Hey, Ballard, acquire yourself with my documents. You are the successor to Lady Theodora, whose alliance with our two sacred organizations forever glorified her as a rogue trader closely tied to the executors of Holy Terra's will. And we are representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites must verify that you are able to maintain this alliance that has brought such repute to your dynasty. The prefect scrutinizes you as if trying to estimate your proportions and weight. That is why we have arrived in person, as the present circumstances have provided us with a chance to see if your intentions concord with those of the late von Valencias. And what circumstances are those? The prefect's lips contort into a twist. Our work has been disrupted by an unforeseen setback regarding communication and transportation. As our requisitioned assets were not adequately prepared, we have lost some of our personnel and resources as a result. The arbitrators are too short-handed to perform all of the duties expected of them. Since they first arrived in the Expanse, their numbers, limited from the outset, have only continued to dwindle. After analyzing the situation in accordance with Amendment FS/893-24, the Decree Ordinance 037/3N, we have decided to notify you of a tithe violation committed by one of the worlds in the region. This regrettable lapse must be rectified as quickly as possible. The old woman shivers and rubs her augmented hands together with an unnerving creak. And which world was it that had the misfortune of drawing your attention? Viscera, a feudal world far from the main routes that was so bereft of the Imperium's light, then rediscovered less than 2 centuries ago. Oh, I'm reading it in the old woman's. Viscera, a feudal world far from the main routes that was bereft of the Imperial's light, then rediscovered less than 2 centuries ago. It supplies agricultural resources and manpower. I will carry forth the responsibilities taken on by Lady Theodora, and I offer you my help. An arbitrator will be assigned to you for increased security. Proctor Anthor, front and center. The Marshal's voice thunders over the arbitrator's ranks, and Solomon Anthor marches over to your throne, his cyber mastiff at heel. Oh, that's what that's the skit they do at the charity events, right? At the police fundraisers. Thank you for your support. I will go to Sarah as soon as I can. The Emperor protects. The Marshal makes the sound of the Aquila an emotion so sharp, you can practically hear it cutting the air. The Prefect adjusts her ocular lenses with a wary sigh. And once again, no specifics given, of course. In my report, nobody ever stops to think. She quickly catches herself and offers you a bow. Lady, I'm not here to do paperwork, alright? Are we? That was awkward. You wouldn't believe the kinds of poisons Glaters detected in your various nobles' possessions. Fortunately, they've made no attempts on your life, so I limited myself to sending them a simple message. They may squabble as much as they like, but the moment it puts the Protectorate at risk, they will feel the hand of justice bearing down on them. There you find out Da Vinci likes MK5 more than MP4 file types. What the fuck? What? Dude. Fucking programmers of Da Vinci need to get a lesson in modern files. Alright, I don't want to go all the way out there right now. Wait. What? Wait. How do I... Wait, I reclaimed all the planets. How do I, Wait, what? How do I move on with... NANI? What the fuck? It is the MP4, OBS records, MK5, and transcodes it. Really? That's what OBS records in? Huh. I am, it's little things like that that make me glad I haven't gotten this set up yet to be, recording VODs and stuff. I'm very new to all of this stuff, and I haven't had anyone around to help me learn any of it, so it's been a lot of trial and error. Oh shit, okay. Well, that's a good reason. Okay. I'm confused. What does the game want me to do? Oh, that! I didn't realize that was a main story mission. Okay. Okay. Well, then I guess we will go do that Adeptus one, because it's a lot closer. Oh, I completely misunderstood. I thought that was a side thing. Alright. Fine. Ah, look at all this strawberry jam in my ship. God damn it. There's jam coming out of the walls.
My path to glory.
All right, what do we got? Bloodletters. Wow. Holy fuck, this is a whole fucking meeting. Look at all these assholes. Fire resistance. That's a lot of fucking cultists. Holy shit.
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
The Masters demand your death!
Yeah, they can demand whatever they want.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, Adira, you know the deal. I need you to cast 3 spells and not wreck yourself.
On it. Will do.
Wow.
Incredible. You did it. Oh, wow, that new gear I put on. Wow.
But of course.
So many action points now.
Let's see what you can do. Damn. What was the command again? All right. If only you knew.
Welp. Oh my god, the slowdown. Well, her gaze is going to be a lot more impressive, or a lot less impressive now that I killed half of them on accident.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Well,
I am a navigator, though painted black.
well then.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Rejoice in service. Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Yes. Oh, you know what? I think this is a good time
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
for her to finally get to use this.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I... I'll I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Take that. Devils.
Death comes in silence.
All right, click all the buttons.
I feel nothing.
Well, not that
Fear
button.
nothing.
That won't do anything.
I shall not fail, as honor ordains. Trust me. Come, the other side.
Wait, is somebody still alive? Oh!
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
I didn't even see you up there, buddy.
Not this scryer's job. Quiet whispers. It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
There we go.
Let us walk this path to the end.
All right, good chat, guys. We that was a lot of cultists. Okay, where the fuck am I going again? There we go. Oh my god, what now? Permission to report. Your proctors have arrested my voidsman and is demanding his execution. A repeat offender, he says. Please do something, Lord Captain. Who is this voidsman? He's one of mine. Not as big an idiot as the rest of the idlers. He understands the control systems and he can make sense of the readouts. Him? A repeat offender? Bring the detained man to me immediately. I will personally interrogate him. Consider it done, Lord Captain. Coffee and yogurt obtained. What time is it for you right now? Because at my hour, that would be weird. All right, what is it? Whoa, guys, don't path into each other. Lord Captain, I beg you to look at this outrage. This cyber horror nearly chewed up my assistants, and one of them's been left without two of his fingers. Instead of calming his base, the arbitrator attacked me crewman. 7 a.m. Oh, then that's perfect. Damn, so you played all through the night? Holy shit. Thought I was the only one this terrible. Solomon waits for the end of the master helmsman's words and coolly turns to you. His crewman is a wanted man, rogue trader. He is accused of subverting sacred tithe shipments, smuggling, kidnapping the Imperium subjects, and bribing officials. Were it not on your flagship, I would have executed the heretic on the spot. But here, you are authority, and you are the court. Why did you attack my subjects, Solomon? The bastard tried to run when he saw me. His fellow crew members hesitated and didn't make way for me. There was no time to find out if they were abetting the perpetrator or just panicking, so I had to use Glyto for suppression purposes. Solomon, why are you so certain that this man... I cannot read tonight. Solomon, why are you so certain that this is the man you are seeking? Because I was personally involved in tracking down and purging the shadows of the Abyss crime syndicate to which this perpetrator belongs. The case was in Calixis, on the world of Helvetica Prime, but for arbitrators, time and distance do not mitigate guilt. The man before you was a former captain of a smuggling ship owned by the syndicate. Check the heretic's left arm. Every syndicate member has a distinctive implant by which they recognized each other. It was that implant signature that Glyto picked up during his patrols. And how did a criminal from Calixis find his way onto my ship? He was among the servants sent to you by Governor Medina. Of course. Revor, did you know about this? If I went sticking my beak into the pasts of every one of the hundreds of people on the crew, I wouldn't have time to steer your ship. All I know is that everything went to grok shit on Riken Minoris. This one oversaw the work at the docks, so the fools didn't trample each other to death in their panic. And later, he ran into a friend at the port on footfall. They found us some parts within a day. He even got his arms growing out of the right places. He might make it a junior armsman if he keeps it up. Accused, do you have anything to say? The long-haired voidsman flinches when you address him. Oh, your lordship, the governor of Helvetica Prime was a scumbag who abhorred the light of the God Emperor. The things he did to the people under him, well, we only survived by stealing from him, or else we'd have ended up in a corpse pit, like one in 4 did after the distribution station accident. But once I'd got out of there, that was it. I was out of the business for good, and when I found myself in your service, I realized it was a gift of fate, and I'd be a fool if I didn't repay such good fortune with me wholehearted toil. Does anyone gotta say that's not true? I've made my decision. I await your orders, rogue trader. The master helmsman shoots a look of naked dislike at Solomon. Repairing the void ship costs 15% less scrap. When every professional counts, does it matter exactly how they got their skills? The rogue trader does not shun people with murky pasts. I do not trust this man to remain in the Master Helmsman's crew, but I cannot allow such talent to go to waste. Hand him over to the factotum. Why would we... No, Nobody argued or brought up that any of this incident he mentioned wasn't true, or that that guy wasn't an asshole. So... Ravel, this talented voidsman is your responsibility. Should he commit any misdeeds henceforth, you will answer for them. Yes, Lord Captain. Ravel's disgruntled grimace momentarily dissipates. Then the case is closed. With your permission, I return to my duties. Also, please don't have your dog eat up any of my crew anymore. That kind of sucks. Holy shit, we're exemplars in Chapter 2. Marwal, are we supposed to be exemplars in Chapter 2? Oh my god, look at all this new shit. You did too? Okay. So that's a completionist thing, alright. After an ally takes an extra turn provided by the character... Okay, well, I can't do that. All damage dealt by this character is increased by 3% until the end of combat for every new enemy damaged by them this combat. Oh my god, we're taking that on Cabela. Are you fucking kidding me? The character gains 15 willpower as long as they have no ranged weapons equipped. Whenever the character applies blinded, slowed, fatigue, perplexity, character's critical hit chance and critical damage are increased by 5% of their dodge. Well, I can get both, right? Or are these like one and dones? This... I hate when they do shit like this and don't show the formula or the results. Your critical hit chance and critical damage are increased by 5% of their dodge. You get, I think it's okay, so these are very limited. Okay. See, this is why I've looked up some builds. I don't normally like doing it, but there's so much in this game, and you don't see the extent of it until later. Rushing Assault. The character's first melee attack each round deals an additional 2 damage for every cell between the character's current position and the spot where they started the turn. The distance is measured in a direct line, ignoring all terrain. It is, but they're still having me do math on top of math on top of math. Character's dodge reduction is higher than the enemy's dodge. Character's damage against the enemies increased 1% per 5. Whenever the character kills the first enemy in a round, that character immediately makes an additional attack against the closest enemy they can target with the same weapon, if possible, using whichever attack costs the least AP. This attack deals 30% base damage, 10% bonus for every difficulty tier of the first killed enemy. If the enemy was a difficulty tier 1, the attack deals 40% damage. Okay. It explains that math, but I can do that. Degraded defense. Whenever the character deals damage to an enemy, that enemy suffers 1 stack of degraded defense for every 6 damage. Whenever the character's allies attacks that enemy, they deal additional 1% for each stack of degraded defense. Meh. Every melee attack the character makes reduces the target's armor by 5% until the end of combat. That scales with strength. Disastrous collision. When a target's pushed by the character, collide with objects cover, they will suffer. Yeah. During the first turn of combat, the character has 2 additional action points. Wow. When allies take actions on extra turns given by characters, they do 15% more damage. Extermination. Okay, this is one you listed. Any damage the character deals is increased by 1 for every attack they have made this combat. Does not affect damage over time effects. Does this trigger off of special attacks and stuff too? Like, does this trigger off of Cabela doing Death Dance? Pretty good. If an extra turn is given by the character's ability... Okay, I don't care. Allies within 2 cells of character deal 10% more damage for 9% less damage. What does this scale with? Oh my god, so if you do the multi-dance hit thing with her, okay. Start the character's turn, they restore 10% of their max health. Okay. Or is it considered a character priority? Make it easier for them to have a priority target. Why do you hate how tanks work, game? Enemies that have 0 deflection or 0 armor against the attack suffer 10% additional damage from the character. If an enemy has 0 deflection and 0 armor, how many enemies have 0 armor? Well, they're against 2 deflection if a shield is in their current weapon set. Character gains 3% bonus to armor pen. Yeah. Does when she does a burst, is every one of those shots considered an attack? Or is the burst one attack? Enemies hit by this character with a melee attack must do a willpower test or make the character appropriate. Oh. Finally. Okay. Well, God, I think I've got all of Abelard's set already. When an enemy fails a willpower resistance of the character, they suffer 5 direct damage. On a success, the damage is doubled. Wow, that's insane. When a character's single shot deals damage to targets other than the main target, they gain 5 ballistic skill. Wow. Dead shot deals, don't care. Whenever a character don't care. Character gets a bonus to their strength. Equal to 20% of their maximum wounds. Protection under fire. The character gains +5 to all characteristics. This bonus is doubled when they have 25% wounds or less. Character ignores one of the enemies. Wait, that's scales? With what? Ballistic skill. Wow. Okay. Professional know-it-all. Or professional know-how. Wait, the wielder gains... That's so weird. Well, shit. Now I gotta... Abelard... This whole tree is just for Abelard. Character becomes an unsanctioned psyker with a +1 psi rating. Oh, now some of that shit makes sense. Alright, puncture. My god, there's so many. The character's armor pens higher than the enemy's armor. The character's critical chance against enemy increased by 2 for every 5. That's cool. I don't think I have anyone built for that, but that's awesome. Whenever the character is healed, they regain 30% more. The character loses wounds or makes melee attack, gains 1 damage. Every 2 wounds, the character is lost. It doesn't say loses wounds to an enemy attack. So if you have this on Cabela and do a bunch of her self-wounding shit, doesn't this just skyrocket her damage? Okay. Character's attack gains 17% overpen. Character's deflections doubled against single target attack. Oh my god. I can't. There's too much here for Abelard. Build against 5% block deals 50% more damage to shield bash. Character's dodge reduction and their armor pen are increased by 10% of their critical hit chance. Well, I almost know all the ones I want for Argenta. Character gains additional 12 wounds. His wounds are increased by toughness. Okay. As long as the character wears light armor, their dodge is increased by 1% for every 3% of the item's armor bonus. Wow! Character gains a bonus to all resistance tests equal to +5 deflection. Character becomes immune to all effects that reduce their movement and gains 3 movement. Whenever the character crits, they gain a chance equal to their critical damage bonus. What? Whenever a character scores a critical hit, they have a chance to increase their critical damage bonus by half. The chance is equal to the character's critical success chance. Okay, let's okay. I'm gonna get analysis paralysis badly here. Okay. Let's look up. Let me pull up the 2 builds I'm using completely and see what the... Let's start with ones that I'm going off of. See what they take, and then we can look at the other stuff. Okay. This is... Come on, where's the rest of it? Damn computer update, I lost my place in all the videos. Oh wait, those were... Oh wait. Wait, what? Oh, this is the beginning of it. Shit. Eager for battle and guillotine. Okay. Gabella. Eager for battle. What is this? Really? You take that first? Why?
Winning. We take some Eager for Battle, which gives us +2 AP on the first turn. Guillotine will double death from above, damage to enemies below 50% wounds. More medic.
I mean, I get why, because often on the one turn I do with her, she does everything. But, well, okay. We're... And then guillotine. What's guillotine do? That's great. I mean, okay. All right. Bees. All right, and then Heinrichs. Well, I really wish I was using more. But I'd have to drop Abelard, and I can't do it. He also takes Eager for Battle on... Really? I mean, he does have to cast a ton of self buffs. I guess that's why. Okay, no. And then Psyker Extremis. Well, duh. Okay. Well, that doesn't help me learn anything. Other than he really likes those extra action points. Okay, well, I haven't learned shit. Let's see here. Yeah, I can see why he did it. So, well, okay, well, the good news is I got a bunch of guys running very similar builds, so I can still do my own thing. So, okay, so let's go back to my guy, because my guy is very similar to Cabela, because of the Executioner thing. Okay, I can't do that. How much dodge do I have? Not enough. Oh, that's right, because I'm using medium armor now, because that medium armor I got is busted. Okay, alright, we don't need that then. That's not bad. Okay, I gotta... Okay, so Death Dealer is a maybe. Destroyer's a maybe because we're using the saw. We're not taking this because everyone else is apparently. Maybe I'll take that for myself. I don't understand this one. What enemies have 0%? I mean, I know you could strip armor, but that's a lot. I feel like this is so hard to use. Heat condition. You know what? Let's just take that. Well, let me finish writing down what I want for my character. I could technically take this, go pyromancy, and make myself a shitty bastardized version of Heinrich's build. I guess that is an option. I could make myself a shitty Heinrichs, since I'm sad I'm not using him. Where do you see your critical hit chance? Is there a place to see that? That's stupid as fuck. I wish I didn't find that really good medium armor. I'd probably take that. And vital points. Okay, so yeah, for my guy, let's take that strength one. What was it called? Oh yeah, I saw it highlighted. Yeah, let's take that. And then... oh, it's just more of this shit. I click the golden arrow to the left side. Oh. It's pretty decent. And see, if I respect my character, I could do the Medicaid thing and boost myself insanely because of the execution. I didn't know about that. I wasn't even going to be an executioner at first. I was going to be a pure tank. But I didn't do it because Cabela's doing it and then Heinrichs is doing it. So I can respec into this if I need to, but okay, what do we want to take? That seems good. Oh, I don't have this yet? Fuck, I thought I did. Okay, let me fix that. That's a mistake. Actually, that skills with agility. Maybe, well, where is it? No, let's take that. I should take that, but this is all stuff we can get more of. Okay. Okay, I know I have the opposite problem with Abelard. I saw lots of stuff I want to take on him, but I have to choose. You said I get 5 of these? Man, I saw like 8. One on Abelard. Okay, well actually, we don't have to write anything down. I need the one that finally lets him fucking taunt. Fucking 120 hours into the game. Where is it? There. There. Get that out of the way. Full attention? Is that also a thing? I don't like that. I think they really fucked up tanks in this. I get offered 20 things that buff me if something's a priority target, and there's literally 2 ways to be a priority target before this, and they're both really fucking gimmicky. Like, I really am not happy about that. This is part of why I didn't go full tank. Warriors have an ability to make some draw priority based on an AoE. What is it? I haven't seen it at all. What the fuck? Okay, well, okay, Abelard, be harder to kill. Because you're so soft now. Oh, you. What do we do with you? I mean, this is kind of a brainless no shit pick. This can't be wrong, right? Yeah, I mean... Oh. When an adjacent enemy to an ally... An enemy adjacent to an ally dies, that ally gains a stacking corpus conversion effect. Wait, this is any ally. Multiple allies are adjacent to the enemy when selected at random. Next psychic power that targets only the target. Will not degrade available, not turn and will remove one stack. No, I don't. No. Will this work with the attacks through the bird? Let's find out. All right. I mean, yeah. Wasn't there another one, like... When allies take extra turns given by the character, they deal 15% more damage. Yeah, let's take that. Allies under the effects of officer abilities get a bonus to their weapon skill. What does this scale with? Fellowship bonus. Whenever the officer uses voice of command or bring it down the first time in combat, this ability costs 1 less AP. Oh, let's take that. Holy shit. Okay. Whoa, you had a lot of options too. Any damage character deals increased by 1 for every attack they've made this combat. So this won't work for my burst, but this will work when I use my ultimate and fire 100 single shots. So yeah, we'll take that still. The soldier's second attack action in a turn deals 19% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier during this turn. That's not bad. Oh. Let's take that. Alright, and yours is actually very easy for me to choose, even though I'm not really using you. Because you're smart, and that's just a buff to everything. Sure, why not? I don't really care about you. Sure, who cares? Sure. No, I'm good. Exemplar, you have gained a 3rd tier archetype. Whoopity woo. Is it? I didn't like how it sounded when I hadn't seen anything in the game, mind you. And so many people I read about were like, it's fun, but it's not good. And I didn't really dig how it sounded, so. Max HP % class. Oh, it's like the big boss murderer.
Lord Captain, we've received a voxcast from Thasera. The signal quality is rather poor, but the meaning is clear. The world is expecting your lordship's arrival. Great festivities have been arranged, and a delegation led by the planetary governor is ready to give you a welcome worthy of an honored guest.
We'll see about that. How come I didn't see Solomon on my character list? Did I have to scroll over for him? What's lethality? Holy shit, are we in Warhammer Fantasy? Is Karl Franz gonna come out and greet me? Bro, we're playing Warhammer, now we're playing my jam. This is my jam right here. This is Karl Franz. Are the greenskins coming? Oh my god. What is wrong with your face? Dude, his face is stitched on.
NANI?
That... What? This is fucking Warhammer Fantasy. What is happening? A richly dressed man riding a sinewy horse breaks off from the procession. When he approaches, you immediately notice a strange detail. The man's face is pinned to his head, with precious fastenings that stretch the skin across his skull. I'm glad that my in-game character is the first thing they notice, because it's the first thing I noticed on his art, too. Celestial guests, there is no higher honor for us than to extend our hospitality to such noble eminences. His Celestial Highness the Rogue Trader, and an illustrious judicator of the Imperium. All of Thasera clamors, trembles, and cheers. Roldo the Fair-Faced, Governor of Thasera, at your service. He rushed to put his face on this morning. I thank you for the courteous welcome, Governor. However, we have come here to address a grave concern. Oh, but of course, Your Celestial Highness. It would be my pleasure to discuss whatever topic you have in mind. That said, you have had such a long and perilous journey behind you. Like any self-respecting host, I must first propose... And this is where Solomorn's gonna Judge Dredd cut him off. Oh no, the Jester's gonna show up. What? Oh yeah, this guy right here, that's a... Yeah, that's a dedicated drummer right there. I'm really nervous about all these new portraited characters here. A smaller figure steps out of the rider's shadow, dressed in the motley attire of a court fool, wearing a sneering mask. My name is Bluff. I am Lord Rualdo's good mood. I tickle its governorship with well-sprouted jest and itty-bitty gossip. And now I merely doff my cap to our celestial lords and ladies and hand them this here key to the Sarah as a token of our boundless loyalty. Ah! The fool bows and offers you his gift. Oh, did it? Wave in Ablard's direction. Seneschal, you take it. I do not wish to soil my hands. Ablard, take the key. I'm gonna say this though, I'm not trying to be rude, but that's very strange. Do your servants often interrupt their rulers' conversations without permission, Governor? Oh, the embarrassment. The governor leans down from his horse and grabs the fool's hand. Having wrenched the key from Bluff's grasp, Rualdo raises his hand to strike and the fool quickly backs off. Finally, the governor offers the gift to you with a reverential bow. Okay. Abelard, the peasant have touched this. I do not wish to touch this, for they are peasanty. Abelard, take this away. Yeah, look at the governor. The governor's... Oh. Pardon. The governor's heavy gold-stitched jacket adds a certain presence to his figure, but it cannot hide how poor of a rider he is. The way his boots dig into the horse's side, his hands fiddling with the reins, his trembling fingers, all speak of a nervousness and lack of control. I'm gonna get that strange rash again from the early part of the Void DLC. Celestial Highness, what kind of address is that? That is what we call the Highborn who come down to us in their wondrous vessels. Of course, I am not a native of Thasera, and thus was once a celestial lord myself. I've grown used to the local customs, however, and so I address you like any Thasarian would. Okay, well, that right there might explain why he's bad on a horse. Okay. Hey, Blood, announce the purpose of our visit to these provincials. Hey, Blood. I wish this opened with, I don't want to be rude, but... What has happened to your face, Rualdo? Rualdo touches his stretched-out countenance. This is a fine tradition I myself brought to this world. You see, there is a way to tame the merciless passage of time. All you need is to find a young and healthy face, appropriate it, and attach it to your own fading skin. The local nobility eagerly took this art of extending one's life and youth, and I, once a celestial lord myself, now promote this custom by personal example, so I may showcase its wonderful properties.
NANI?!
Attention, peasants! You shall now wear faces. I will return to my ship from the sky. I bid you a good day. All you need is to find a young and healthy face, appropriate it, and attach it to... What the fuck? I'm surprised Dogmatic is okay with this. You put on other people's skin out of a desire to look younger. You will declare this vile practice banned today. God, I fucking love that movie. It's so good. It's a fine tradition indeed. I hope the subjects are conscious when you peel their skins off. I'd love to attend such procedures myself sometime and enjoy the show. I really want to ban this. But I got a feeling this guy's going to be dead before I leave here. As long as it does not hinder your service to the Imperium, I will allow it. Rualdo smiles, causing his muscles to crease his attached face in a disturbing way. Rualdo, I'm sure you know why we are here. Rualdo nods, somewhat perplexed. I do have certain suppositions. Enough. According to Data Protocol, Calixis Sigma, UX-11-4. This Mu-class type planet, type feudal, Astomare rating E874. What's this? A planet's Astomare rating reflects its strategic value to the Imperium and has the form of an alphanumeric code that ranges from A0 to Z1000. With an assigned tithe grade of Saluto Extremis. Planets are graded from Aptus Non, meaning no tithe collected, to Exactus Extremis, the harshest of tax burdens. Salutio Extremis. Salutio Extremis. Okay. With the assigned tithe grade, Salutio Extremis has not provided its due tithe amount in full. You have violated the Lex and are hereby under investigation. You are to present all related customs reports and shipping manifest immediately. The Proctor's voice carries no emotion, and Glyto silently bares his teeth, completing the image of the implacable hand of justice that has arrived on Thessera. I am most flattered by your attention, esteemed adjudicator, and by this opportunity to serve the Imperium with even greater dedication than before. Speaking of dedication, we are already conducting a thorough inspection to see which scribe it was that bungled the tithe calculation. Fear not, the scoundrel shall soon be... Excuses are the hallmark of the guilty. Do not make your situation worse, Governor. No, this isn't the IRS, dude. This is the Pinkerton sent by Wizards of the Coast. Rualdo clasps his hands together and says meekly, "Of course, Master Judicator. I will provide you with all the documents as soon as our internal review is complete. I assure you it will not take long, and the report itself will be exhaustive." I believe there was something else the esteemed governor wished to say. Thank you, your celestial highness. We know your journey here has been an arduous one. As a sign of our appreciation, we have prepared a veritable constellation of enjoyments in your honor. We humbly invite you to taste our amasek, along with our finest dishes, and may you likewise savor some of the local entertainment. One of the court ladies will accompany you, so as to not let even a single word or wish of yours linger without attention. Yeah, it's that. Who is this? Oh my god, another portrait person? A thin woman emerges into the torchlight, looking at you with a mixture of fear and awe. Her diminutive figure is practically drowning in her velvet and silk dress. A resplendent necklace of blue stone adorns her neck. Maeve, my celestial lord, at your service. Solomon leaned closer and says in a lowered voice, "Based on my experience, I would say we've been assigned a spy under the pretense of generosity. But this is a good thing. We will use this young woman as our source of information about the world. For now, it would be wise to play along and question her thoroughly once we're away from prying ears." Relax, Maeve. Just pretend you're giving a good friend a tour of the place. Maeve smiles sheepishly. I'm afraid that's easier said than done, my celestial lord. It would be like trying to imagine a mighty sun as a tiny emperor. But I shall do my best not to anger you by acting too nervous. Your face is your own. Why is that? Such living masks are the privilege of the high nobility. I may not be a commoner, but to be entitled to a change of face, that is something I have yet to earn. Maeve casts a fascinated eye over the nobles whose faces, inasmuch as they are theirs, are stretched tight over metal fixtures. Many have their mouths frozen in an unnatural smile, and it's hard to tell whether this is a consequence of the tightness or simply an eager show of delight. Look at this one. She's barely risen above the bottom and already she shoots for the privileges of the top. Greedy hands are want to get chopped off. Who are you wearing? What an exquisite necklace. I think it'll look better around the neck of your celestial lord. Don't rob her. Unless it has stats. You mentioned entertainment. Tell me more. Tadua the Scorched is hosting a public trial for a few guilty wretches today. I also overheard that the Council of Theresian Nobility was preparing a special gift for you. Besides those, our mechanical orchestra, the only one on Thera, will be playing all evening. I have it on good authority that they're the best song in the best band in the 40k universe. And of course, you will also get to see the crowning jewel of Lord Rualdo's collection, his maimed metal harness beasts.
Nani?
This place is gonna get purged. Little beauties like to play. People are their favorite prey. Chomp and chomp, munch and crunch. Look, it snapped your head away. Screams and tears, gore and more. Happy beastie, happy day.
NANI?
Wow.
I'm gonna purge the fuck out of this planet. Not at the Servitor Orchestra. Fascinating. How did you manage to acquire something like that? Though at most only once in a generation, even Theresa receives visits from time to time, Your Celestial Highness. One day, an entire delegation from a foreign world arrived, with these mechanical musicians in tow. We were immediately smitten with them. Sadly, our performers have now fallen into a sorry state. Thessera's humid air makes their preservation difficult, you see, and we don't have a single crimson-clad holy man or woman left. All we can do is offer up our prayers of our own, burn oils, and do everything else the old writings say, even though we have no hope of understanding them. It wasn't bad per se, it was creepy. Also, why do you not have any Adeptus Mechanicus left? What happened to them? Judging by the stench, the servitors, or more specifically the parts of them made of flesh, will not last much longer. Slime oozes from rust holes, every other lifeless eye is adorned with cataracts, and their mouths are like corpses dopped filled with shards of rotten teeth. Every wrong note their instruments play is accompanied by the mournful screeching of servo motors and sparks flashing from dangling wires. Oh yes, I'm very familiar with the direct translations of the original Grimm fairy tales. They're the ones I prefer. I'm nervous about that necklace being heretical, which is making me want to take it, but I think I'm... Very well, I would like to see what this place has to offer. I can tell by what I'm hearing that our executioner has already lit up the fucking what? Phasmophorius? Phasmophorius, yeah. Has already lit up the Phasmophorius, ready to give the condemned a warm welcome, which means the governor's official whisper collector, that's me, has a whole lot of important business to get to, and so I must leave you now, good sirs and ladies, lest I miss out on a hot batch of juicy tales. Terribly pleased to meet you all, Honor Adjudicator. Bluff grasps Solomon's hand and gives it a vigorous shake. When I did this, I had Pascal, and he turns feral and screeches when you find out about the current state of this. I was legitimately just wondering if Pascal had a response to seeing that. Dude, I knew that was coming. Before you could even blink, the Cyber Mastiff beside him sinks his teeth in the Bluff's forearm, jerking it back and forth in a fury. The attack lasts for only a moment, but when Glyto lets go, the fool's limb is already torn to shreds. With a cry of pain, Bluff leaps away and melds into the roiling crowd. Are you... Okay, hang on, now I want to find that on YouTube. Hang on, I actually need to see that. Hi, Googles. Okay, what plant? Okay, how do I find this? This is, okay. Rogue Trader, Thessera, Pascal. Oh, come on. Nobody's put this up. Okay, okay. Rogue Trader arriving on fast. Fuck, what's the name of this place again? That's Sarah. Okay, okay, here's somebody landing here. We have Pascal. Damn, they don't. Okay, here we go, here we go. Okay, do you have Pascal with you? Holy cow, this guy's playing a rough-looking Rogue Trader. Damn it. Nobody's using Pascal. No, 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 I don't want spoilers. I want... Man. Oh, well. Solomon ruffles Glyto's neck and turns to you. Feudal worlds are rarely known for their bureaucratic precision. Reconnaissance on the ground will tell us more than any report hastily scribbled down by these blockheads. I suggest we attend to this trial and see how the laws of this planet are enforced. Never harm these without my permission to get... The dude touched an officer with a dog next to him. Solomon didn't do anything. Can't wait to meet some kindred spirits. Just professional intuition. Shall we go? We can come back here, right? Because, like, I don't want to miss the loot, because I'm a loot goblin. Googles, baby, you can't lie on the desk. Googles, why are all the cats just coming up and just flopping right down on my desk tonight? Look at this. Ichabod did it earlier. He flopped down right in front of the monitor, hit the stream deck, hit a bunch of buttons, made a racket. Oh, here, Googles. Googles, do you want to hear the orchestra? Here, baby, put this headset on. Oh, baby, this has to go in your ears. You can hear the orchestra, baby. She does not like the sounds coming out of this. Googles, you gotta get up, baby. Come on. Come on, kitty. Yeah, you can sit in my lap. You can't be on my desk. Let's go then. We must not miss the biggest local spectacle. It's not a question of preference, but of what might help the investigation. The execution will gather a crowd, and we in turn will gather information. That will prove useful, considering how eager everyone is to make their exit. Solomon looks at the crowd staring at you in wonder and trepidation. So, Celestial Lord, your coming is a historic event for these people. They will be watching your every step, and your actions may well transform their lives on this underdeveloped world. Look, Emperor Karl Franz would have never let people wear other people's faces. That's all I'm saying. I'll be telling my grandchildren of this one day.
The divine watches over us.
This is our chapel where we pray to the Emperor, the holder to the key of all destinies. The bell in its tower can ring so loud it can make your ears pop.
Wow.
I swear, I'd love to be right. I really hope this area is a precursor test for them doing a Warhammer Fantasy RPG. Welcome to Estolia, gentlemen. Yes. Summon the Elector Counts. If these guys did a Warhammer Fantasy game, I would be so fucking happy. I should probably level you up. Whenever the overseas overage from the target, yeah, the dog will actually get attacked. Cyber mass hits the apprehended enemy and adjacent enemies plus one. That's stupid. The RPGs gains toughness equal to half of their equipped shields, but oh, sure, that's great. I don't know, what are you good at? I don't. The officer chooses enemy line of sight. Yeah, biting things is good. Yeah, so is that, so what's, as someone who doesn't know 40k lore very well, what's going to set that apart from this one? So like what I mean is the unique thing about this game is that we're a rogue trader, which sets us apart from the normal 40k stuff, and that we're, comparatively to other 40k games, we're playing low-powered characters, i.e. we're not a bunch of Space Marine Primarch guys and whatever. What's Dark Heresy, what's unique about that? Dark Heresy is playing as Inquisitor's Acolyte with the Night Lords. Okay, I like detective stuff. But what are the Night Lords? I've actually never heard of that in 40k. The Arbitrator can wield two-handed shotguns in one hand. Oh my god, take that. Really? Wow, I thought I knew all the Space Marine houses. I've heard of Conrad Kurz. How do I... Huh. Alright, well, fail for me then. Okay, well that's cool. But just seeing this is like, I hope this is a test bed or a Warhammer Fantasy RPG like this. That'd be great. Oh, okay, cool. As long as the arbitrator has more than 90% wounds, they're immune to... Wow. Whenever the overseer... All right, let's give you one of those cool shield ones. Not that one. Yeah. Soldier gains 8% crit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by... Oh, sure, we'll take that. It's a nice, easy, good thing to take. More crit and more gooderer. Oh, and let's... Now that you can equip a real shotgun in one hand, no less. Where is that crazy good shotgun we just got? 18 to 22, 20 to 23, 24 to 31. When the wielder parries an attack or hits 2 or more enemies, the shotgun's ready to tank they gain +1 attack. Oh, that seems good. Ninja Scorpion from MK was trained to be Batman, turned into a space move power suit, and told if they kill enough targets, they might get the approval of their father.
NANI?
Well, all right then. Actually use this. That shit looks dumb. Okay. Jesus Christ, okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Over there, that's the carriage the Celestial Lord drives around in.
Yes, that's my carriage. The Chronicles of Fate, page 166. By Gregorius Fault, Chapter 2. It befits any servant of his to thank daily the Emperor, him that holdeth the key, for the lot given them in life. As I have thanked him with my writings for thousands of moon lives, so too do I thank him now for the fetters that are preparing my soul for its new destiny. The rules of this service are simple. Day after day, I reverently carry with me the glass fetters, not daring to break them. Some believe that merely keeping them by one's bedside is enough to perform the sacrament. This is a lie, perpetuated by the slothful and faint of heart.
Know your duty.
As you say that, the Celestial Lord blessed me shop with a glance. There's people from the stars walking on our planet.
I like this place. Well, except for all the face swapping and all the heresy I'm going to uncover. May the Emperor, he that holdeth the key to all destinies, bless thy Celestial Lord, him who descended from the sky on a bird of steel. That's me. The Chronicles of Fate by Gregorius Fault, Chapter 1. Let these instructions enlighten all who walk in my footsteps. He that holdeth the key permit none but his most faithful to change their fates. And I, the eminent Gregorius Fault, have no right to fail him. This is my present work will describe how a soul becomes purified and the rituals required to prepare it for this momentous turn of fate. These being things of his servant, that any servant of his who intend to break the shackles of their former life will have to undergo.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
And thou shalt not wear the faces of thy brethren.
That tower is even more ancient than the castle. They say the Emperor himself...
Wow.
They say the Emperor himself pulled it out the ground along with the entire mountain range.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant. Watch out.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to do that to me.
The whispers told me how.
And if they do, it's going to end really badly for them. But actually,
let the faith guide my path to glory.
the poor areas here aren't that...
Did you see Lady Noella's rotting face? No amount of whitener can fix that. They say the poor soul's been trying to cover her souls with lime wash, the kind they use for walls.
The whispers told me a secret.
This place is actually, comparing for other medieval life stuff. A way to see that now, Adira, for fuck's sake. The poor houses here aren't that poor. The streets are actually pretty clean. Minister is on a budget. Don't be rude. Wait. Holt, do you know... Abelard, do you know how to get on that roof? Abelard? Why is there a dead guy over here? Okay, we can't get to that yet. Alright. Abelard, you lied to me. You can't get there yet.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Chronicles of Fate by Gregorius Fault, Chapter 3. The sacrament has been performed. I felt the cage open its gates. I felt him that holdeth the key open the lock of my body. At first I found it hard to breathe. It was though the inside of my body was lined with vice that was not my own. In my mind's confusion, I cannot tell what moonlife is. What moonlife it is, or which chapter of this book I am presently writing, but the greatest one is all-knowing, and every turn of fate has been chosen by him in advance. Thus, if my new fate tries to resist me, I shall bring it to heel. You suddenly sound like a madman.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
As you approach, the nobles bow gracefully. The sewn-on faces are wrapped tightly around their skulls, and their eyes gleam with earnest subservience. One dares to address you. "O celestial lord, grace us with your regard. When my brother and I heard of your arrival, we immediately sought to surprise you with an exceptional gift." Ow, Googles. "The ancient scrolls tell of a wonder, a mechanical sage by the name of Kogakor. It knows the answers to all questions. It can make other machines do its bidding, and it may even predict the future. My brother and I have borne many hardship, but we managed to acquire this magic contraption for our much-cherished guest." The box in front of you, presumably the Kogakor they speak of, exudes a strong odor of ritual oils. Made of thin planks, it is covered in so many purity seals that it seems to be held together by them alone. A stack of flimsy rough paper lies atop it, and there is a mica panel with a malachite button attached to the front. A thin slit is visible among the buttons. Please tell me there's a guy in there. Abelard sighs heavily and leans over to you. "Oh, sometimes when information reaches the more backwards worlds, it undergoes a strange metamorphoses in the minds of the unfortunate and the regrettably parochial lay people. Have mercy, Lord Captain. They're probably trying to please you." Oh, fuck. I listen to the sounds coming from the box. There is a barely audible breathing coming from the box. Whoever is inside it was very much not to be noticed. Oh my god, I was right. Glaito stalks toward the box and bares his fangs, while Solomon frowns grimly at the device. Really? Then again, what else could you expect from this ignorant world? There is something I wish to ask this Kogakor. If I may advise the Celestial Lord, in order to receive an answer, one should take a piece of paper and slide it in the hole here. Then touch the stone and ask the question loudly and clearly. Kogakor, answer only yes or no. Is your next answer going to be no? Kogakor, answer only yes or no. Is your next answer going to be no? The miraculous device reluctantly accepts the offered paper and makes a vague moan-like sound. After a languid moment of waiting, you are presented with a sheet that reads, "Err," which most likely means error. Kogakor, what is the distance between the earth and sky? The sheet you offer is consumed with a speed beyond that of an ordinary autoquill. After a few moments, the sheet returns with a single notation. Lots. Hey, Compelled to Die, welcome. No, dude, we're playing Warhammer Fantasy, my favorite. We're playing the fantasy I know. We're playing the Warhammer game I know better. Gogikor, what does the future have in store for me? The sheet shoots back out of the box and falls to the ground. It bears a solemn inscription, Glory Everlasting. Well, that's nice of them. Gogikor, what is the punishment for liars and frauds? The box holds the paper for a long time. When the sheet finally emerges from the slot, it is visibly shaking. You see the words, Immolation, please don't. So, oh, oh. So, I think the stream's done, guys. Hang on. I can't believe I got that line out with the voice, but now I can't do anything. So, okay, seriously, dead babies, dead babies. Solomon folds his arms and leans toward the slot, his voice ringing with steel. Machines cannot feel fear, Gogikor. They can only meekly accept their fate. The Proctor catches your gaze and shrugs. I couldn't help myself. Enough questions for now. As you wish. Oh, this is it. As you wish. Do not hesitate to pose more questions. There's enough ink for many more answers. You just steal the box with the guy in it. Unseal the box and let this poor soul out at once. Who? What poor soul? I do not... The young nobleman addresses your... The young nobleman addressing you withers under the scathing gaze of his partner. As you command, my celestial lord, forgive us. We wished only to delight you by reproducing an otherworldly miracle we had read about in an ancient chronicle. What happens to the guy in it if you take the box? Wait. Why do we have to be mean? You mean like Osimo? Oh, that's terrible. I am Osimo. Okay, I'm a little sad about this. I wanted this to be a fun thing, like, alright, let the guy have the box. Instead, my options are murder one of them, get them a dozen lashes, or call them idiots. I didn't want to be mean. I think this is nice of them. They weren't trying to sell it to me or get anything out of me. Hey, Ballard. Pass me a crossbow. I want to make this look like I belong here. Hey, Ballard, pass me your face.
Nani?
I feel bad. I didn't want to be mean. I thought this was nice. Well, did they? If they were trying to scam me, I'd understand, but well, I need the dogmatic points, unfortunately, so enjoy your lashes. I will inform the governor of your stunt. I hope that a few dozen lashes will teach you to respect the Omnisire.
We dare not defy the Celestial Lord.
Well, I don't feel bad about doing that for the power game points because I wouldn't have said any of those things in character, so I was kind of stuck. The enormous gate is locked fast.
I rise above hardships.
The horses glance at you with an odd curiosity. One of them pulls its muzzle closer and clucks its teeth, almost too greedily and hungrily for a harmless herbivore. Okay. What the fuck is that?
Know your duty.
Is this a Glyto thing? What is this? Oh, it is. Oh yeah, that's why I was trying to see if I was supposed to read into that or not, because yeah, if a horse doesn't like you, it'll fucking nip the shit out of you. The Bloody Sacrament. A power hammer. Area attacks at the mall create a smoke cloud. All creatures that enter it must pass a toughness, strength, and willpower resistance at -. Oh my god. Hey Hank, welcome back. Got a 5-layer breeder today. It was all beans. That sucks. I thought you hated that Taco Bell anyways, man. Hey, it was good to see you again, Hank. I feel like I haven't seen much of you. You've come in, said hi, and left like 3 nights in a row. We haven't hung out. Wow, I wish this had better damage. This is actually really cool. But its DPS is shit. You've been doing this. Oh, okay.
The Divine watches over us.
The premonition runs true.
Have you been lurking or just not? I haven't been checking. Every order I get is for these thimbles again. What do they even need them for at the governor's court? They need them for sewing on faces, dummy.
Assignment completed.
The blacksmith has somehow managed to forge shells and casings. These do not belong on a feudal world, but there's no doubt as to what they are. Oh, you've been farming your internet attention points? Alright. Uh-oh.
Just as I was taught.
Judging by his attire, the man was of a high social standing. Someone has carefully and skillfully peeled the skin off his face. Okay. So, okay. Okay. Not... Why is opening the gate an athletics check that I can...
An expected result.
Abelard, how could you possibly fail to open a wooden gate?
Experience. Nothing matters
We are
more.
bound by the blood of martyrs.
How did this get here? It's made out of wood. What tetanus? Cool. Chance to get debuffs. Who's there? Is that the Celestial Lord himself? You shouldn't have come here. Wait, what? Fates become tangled in this place, and fates change. Who knows if by nightfall you won't have lost yourself? What? Just a piece of advice. Beware the shimmer and blue, or else you'll end up like Gregorius Folt. The guy who wrote all those... Beware the shimmering blue. In the name of the Emperor, I demand you come out and explain whatever the fuck's going on here. Oh, good.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Alright, so we got a guy making ammo casings. They are murdering people. Shockingly, someone else of nobility. Shimmering blue, and they killed the guy writing holy shit, who was starting to sound a little weird. But he was also probably starting to sound a little weird because they were... I was gonna say... I don't get the reference, I'm sorry.
This gate...
Oh, I didn't see what she said. Whoops.
This gate leads straight to the main square. Let's hurry there.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Propane grill. Oh my god, I hate you guys. That's a mighty fine stall you have, sir. The road trader will alleviate you of your goods. I don't know the reference. I feel like I should. Are you also ruler of the stars? No? You can pay for yourself and for His Highness. Oh, they really did say I could take everything for free.
As a child, I was captivated by the chronicles of the feudal world Urban II. Knights clad in shining armor riding their fine steeds, battling enemies of humanity, and holding feasts after their victories. But this world has only grey and mud.
I got bad news for you.
It's true for many worlds in the Imperium, Lady Cassia. You should accustom yourself to that fact.
Cassie, I got bad news for you. That book you were reading, they also just had a bunch of gray and mud. That's... Tiny lice are hopping around the gilded plate. The lady squashes the insects with a small golden hammer, only for more of them to drop from her coiffed hair and into her food.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Did you really need to describe that? What's wrong, Glato? Oh, you guys are... Well, I was really low on trade supplies. I'm glad there's so much stuff to take here. There's something not right about number 4. It has no command, so it just does whatever it wants. So they locked it up, keep it out of trouble, your celestial highness. $150% more damage. I'm not even gonna read the rest of that.
That wasn't so difficult.
Salivating profusely, the Lacerex is... Oh. Josh Plays Horror Games, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow, man. How you doing tonight? Salivating profusely, the Laceruxes watch the food disappear into the people's throats. Judging by their protruding ribs, the beasts have not been fed properly in some time. Well, that's sad. Hey, Knight, can you feed them? What's wrong with 4? This Lacerux's augmetics are just as rusty and in sore need of service, but the creature looks far worse than the rest. Gaunt and weak, almost miserable, the beast looks up at you with its glazed eyes as you approach. On the door, you notice a scrolled sign that reads, Animal number 4, don't feed. It's spelled don't feed. That's great. Animal number 4, don't feed. The same number is burned into the skin of the Lacerax. Alright, hang on. Okay, 35, 40, 45, 45. Wow. No smart people, no tech people. Didn't we have something else that gave us a bunch of tech? It's probably on Argenta. Fuck. Okay, well, that's what we got. Examine the Lacerax. A quick Ooh, voice. Lost that one. A quick inspection is enough to determine the cause of the problem. Some of the Lacerax's augmetics are clearly not working correctly. The muscles near the energy conduits are twitching, as if the machine spirits in their fury were torturing the beast. It is surprising that only this Lacerax shows signs of such torment, considering the poor state of the augmetics of all the cyber beasts here. I've seen Glato convulse like that when his augmetics were malfunctioning, Solomon says, then adds with sudden anger, I doubt the local halfwits have the first clue about maintaining implants. They should have stuck to shovels and left the beast alone. Attempt to repair the creature's augmetic. You try to reach your hand inside to get to the Lacerax's augmetic, but the cage's bars force you to withdraw. Oh, I'm sure nothing bad will happen if I do this. You're unfamiliar with the operation of the mechanical lock, but that does not stop you from disabling it. The cage door opens with a creak. However, the beast inside shows no reaction. Oh, well, that's good. Attempt to repair the creature's augmetic. You find the issue and fix it with ease. One of the circuits was broken, possibly damaged in a fight with the other beasts. When you are done with the repairs, you are hit with a realization. There is now nothing standing between you and this huge predator. With a flash of its visors, the beast begins to slowly turn toward the exit. For a brief moment, you find yourself only a meter away from a monstrosity whose jaws could snap a person in two. It hisses in your face. Now, I bet it's going to recognize it. It feels better because of me. Suddenly, you see something moving out the corner of your eye. A wail of skirts, a frail figure. With a small shriek, Maeve throws herself between you and the snarling beast.
Off with you! Get away from me, lord!
And here comes the fresh meat. Dinner time, little monster. Step away, Maeve. That is an order. The young woman casts a desperate glance at you and is on the verge of saying something, but never musters the courage to protest. She meekly steps aside. The silent duel with the Lacerax lasts only a moment, but feels like an eternity. Finally, with a beleaguered snarl, the beast dashes away without laying even a claw on its liberator. Oh, well, I didn't think it would leave. Solomon gives you a nod of respect. Not only did you deal with the augment, he also made a deadly beast recognize your authority with a single glance. Though I cannot help but wonder about the repercussions of this jailbreak. I didn't think it was gonna hurt me at all. Remember, I'm a weirdo that, like, has a billion wild animals in my yard that I pick up and pet, and they all like me. So, I have kind of a different outlook on this, I guess.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Chronicles of Fate, page 78-75. The Chronicles of Fate by Gregorius Fault, chapter 406. I am impure and my body is impure. Vital fluids not my own are stirring within me, as though wood-boring beetles were digging through their filthy tunnels through my frame. I must destroy this vice. I must squeeze it out. It is customary to replace an old vessel, and I have replaced my rotten cage with chambers of gold. Yet I still feel filthy, for if the contents are spoilt and not merely the shell, then what can be done to achieve redemption? My face is burning, a borrowed face, a weak face. I must take off the fetters of my skin and cleanse its inner side of vice. Take it away, O Emperor, take it away and give me a new cage. I liked his first two chapters better when he seemed like a sane guy.
I forge my destiny among the stars.
Judging by the deep scratches, there used to be a makeshift bridge here. You can put... If you could put something in its place, you could try to cross to the next roof. There's no doubt that this piece of iron is sturdy enough, but it is woefully short of a bridge. Yeah, see, Marvel, I'm that guy. Now, to be fair, I don't do anything super stupid. I wouldn't fuck with a croc. But a non-poisonous snake, or non-venomous snake? Absolutely. The rusted sheets of iron could easily reach out to the other side of the roof, but it is unlikely to hold a person's weight.
Know your duty.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Despite the gaps, the metal lattice looks both sturdy and long enough. Abelard?
Fortune smiles.
Nothing matters more.
An ill omen.
Abelard, make me a bridge.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I was clicking on the mine, not the... Well, whatever, enjoy your wounds. Salt armor. Okay, very low armor. Whenever the wearer starts their turn with no enemies in a 3-cell radius, they gain 4 movement and no attacks of opportunity. 10% if the armor wearer starts their turn with at least 1 enemy. Oh, okay. With at least 1 enemy. Okay, so it's actually 40%. That's kind of cool.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
No, you're gonna...
With you at my side, victory is within our grasp.
The healing is much appreciated.
I clicked on the fucking... Okay, whatever. Oh god, Maeve, are you alright? Sorcery! Heresy! Burn the witch!
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
This guy doesn't care that I let that thing out. I mean, he couldn't say or do anything if he didn't like it, but I'm still surprised.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Batch all to resolve via dance-offs here. I challenge you to a battle. Wait, are you a Jade Falcon? Fuck you. The sculptor's mechanical hands crawl over the rough stone. There are many jointed metal fingers remaining in constant motion. Even now you recognize your own features in the unfinished piece. It seems someone commissioned a statue of you the moment you set foot on the planet. The old man turns his wrinkled face to you, and you see crystals where his eyes should be. Uh-oh. Are they blue? Is my celestial lord here to gaze upon his destiny? Alas, my creation is not yet complete. I'm here to look at the sculpture. What has my destiny got to do with it? Patrol Jade Falcon, find out, doesn't matter who you are, you don't pick Joanna as your opponent. I should absolutely know who you're referencing, and I don't. Who am I forgetting? When I sculpt your celestial highness, I see people's destinies in the forms I create. The visions that come to me shape not only the stone, but the person's fate as well. Your image was indistinct when it appeared before me, and my work is not yet My work is not yet done. What do you wish to behold? Adira clutches her head and wheezes. Be wary when toying with destiny. What gives a boon now will come back to collect later. So may the opposite be true. To harvest sweet fruits in the future, one must first drink one's fill of bitter things. Watch your words. Trade of the Aiden Pride and later not guarantee declared but y'all. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. She's the one who killed, yeah, she's the one who, okay. Yeah, she's the one who killed the Black Widow. Okay, yeah. Which was fucking horrific. I forgot the name. Okay. Yeah. Hell of a way to go. All that I am accomplishing in the present. Oh. The sculptor's hands scuttle over the stone like a huge metal spider. Somehow his sightless gaze perceives exactly those details of your appearance that you are proud of most. Your destiny will soon be complete, my lord. I will have it delivered to your celestial vessel. Increase the character's fellowship until the end of the mission on Thessera. Oh, well, what else could, what would I have gotten? Oh, fuck. I didn't think that would be anything that mattered. Oh, the other one is bad. Okay, well, then I made the right choice, I guess. Who are you? A humble creator, the governor's first sculptor, Tavrisk, who has the honor of shaping the destinies of others, but not his own. Tavrisk the sculptor turns his head towards you, but you see no pupils in the crystal ocular augmetics. I don't quite understand. Are you a psyker? My Lord Governor calls me a foreteller and creator. Others are wicked sorcerer. But there is no cause for concern. My abilities are sanctioned, and I am pure before the Emperor's celestial eye. He gestures at the tubes on the back of his head, as if to prove the truth of his words. What can you tell me about this material you're working with? This is Thacitium, a fascinating stone born from the bowels of this planet. Like any other kind, it bends and melts beneath the sculptor's tool, but for the sculpture to come to life in earnest, they must put their very soul into it. One of his hands emerges from behind the statue and gently touches his head, seemingly of its own volition. The soul, however, obtains calluses the more the sculptor works, and mine has long since become covered in scabs. Well, to be fair, something lore people love to bring up when they bitch about that. While it was Natasha's direwolf, she hated piloting that thing. She did not like using it. She was not as comfortable in that as she was in her Warhammer. People argue all the time she shouldn't have lost that, and that's a very important thing. That's not her baby. Lord Captain, all that about the soul, that wasn't a metaphor, you know. This one channels his own mind through the stone, and then sees what comes of it. You should be careful around this sorcerer. I don't like how my whispers have taken a fancy to him. Your hand augmetics are most impressive. Such implants are impossible to come by in a feudal world. Where are you from? Lord Roaldo had my limbs replaced before he took me from my own planet. It was so long ago, I have since forgotten what my land is like to touch. The sculptor's mechanical arms are pierced by sticky tubes, and the elbow joints have all but worn down. It must have been a decade since these implants were last serviced. Such neglect often poses a serious threat to a person's life, and yet the old man's skin looks relatively healthy in the spots where the flesh and metal meet. The man appears to belong to a rare variety of psychers, biomancers capable of recovering even from otherwise deadly wounds and diseases. Did you capture the governor's destiny in sculpture too? His mouth stretches into a cryptic smile. I have made thousands of statues for Rualdo, but Thacira's stone flesh can never seem to sate his great ambitions. The old sculptor once more turns his unseen gaze to the patterns in the stone before him.
The Divine watches over us.
The enormous gate is locked fast. Thanks.
My house would be proud of me.
Armor of Iron Will. Another low armor medium. Whenever the word blocks an attack, all adjacent creatures must pass a toughness resistance test or get perplexed. 10% against I don't like these gimmicky armors that are low, but then they're normal if something happens.
To the end.
These armors suck. Oh, so much stuff. Okay, I probably won't fail this, but I don't want to lose the damn elevator because this makes life easy. Please work.
I've read about this.
Okay, and that takes us back down to... Okay. But yeah, that's a constant thing when people talk about, Black Widow fanboys, that she would never ever lose that fight. I'm like, it's brought up several times when she's using the direwolf that's not her preference. I'm like, that's a huge thing. The tables are overflowing with rare and peculiar food. There is enough of it to easily feed dozens of hungry mouths, but the servants are unlikely to get even a morsel of this feast. It does not escape your notice that a few leftovers from the plates disappear into the servant's filthy apron. Dude, leave him alone.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
We fix these guys? No? You mean in tabletop, or you mean the Mech Warrior 5 expansion? You notice a veritable mountain of leftovers under the table. The guests have been tossing scraps onto the floor without a thought.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Rude. Uh-oh. What the fuck? You see a man with a cruel grimace on his face and hands disfigured with burn marks. Behind him stands a ghastly-looking mechanism adorned with a polished skull of gigantic proportions. The eye sockets, their edges melted, gaze darkly at the crowd with the promise of inevitable punishment. The man, clearly an executioner, bows his head. The very messengers of the sky have come to decide our fate. We are honored, your celestial highness. I'm not sure what my favorite clan mech is. I'm an inner sphere guy. Gotta go down. Okay, Marwell, appreciate you hanging out, man. I'm glad I could finally make one of your streams. I really hope you enjoy the DLC, and I hope I can see you play through some of it. I really hope I can. But yeah, man, have a nice night. Or, no, have a nice day. It's day morning for you now. Have a good one, sir. Who are you? I am Tadua the Scorched, a slaughterman of the 5th generation, an humble disciple of the Iron Saint you see before you, your celestial highness.
Master Tadua knows no mercy, and his hand is unfailingly firm in the sacred cause of administering justice.
Maeve is careful to keep her posture straight, but her frightened gaze is deliberately averted from both the executioner and the mechanism behind it. And what is that structure? This instrument is a This instrument of punishment is a personification of the great Phasmophor... That guy, the martyred, who accomplished the legendary feat of slaying 300 heretics. As is glorious tradition, all mutants who affront the Emperor's gaze and stain the face of Thessera must enter the Saint's iron embrace. Whenever justice is served, hundreds flock to Phasmophorius, eager to witness the magnificent spectacle. You have just confessed that your semblance of justice serves not as a demonstration of lawful authority and a deterrence to your subjects, but as entertainment. Solomon utters the last word with disgust, as if there was no fouler profanity. Who is inside right now? Another heretic who violated the holy laws of Thessera. And since his body is already turning to ash, such will be the fate of his name as well, to be scattered to the winds, that it may never again defile the lips of any who live in our sacred world.
Never again defile the lips?
Maeve looks ready to faint. She seems both terrified and nauseated by the sacred rite that has drawn so many onlookers. The lords of the Imperium punish those who deserve it. What was the last of the accused for... Was that the last of the accused for today? That was but one of the first parties set to stoke Phasmophorius. It is going to be a lot busier now. As if to confirm the man's words, the fire-breathing saint expels a puff of acrid smoke. While the guilty are being reduced to ashes, let us meet the next participants in our performance. Well, that's definitely a mutant, but one's wearing knight's armor and the other has noble fineries on. Two people, or something resembling people, are pushed onto the stage. They are mutants, hideous parodies of humanity, forever tainted by the imperfections of the flesh. One of them is dressed in stained yet expensive clothes. The other was the tattered uniform of the local guards. Your Celestial Highness, behold, two loathsome heretics who blemish the very face of Thasera with their existence. Tajur chuckles, but his sneer is completely devoid of mirth. The degree of their guilt may vary, but they both deserve to enter the blazing bowels of Thesmophorius for the worst of their transgressions, distorting the sacred face of humanity. But since Face has graced us with your such lofty visitors, I eagerly cede the right to punish these Let me try all of that again. But since Face has graced us with such lofty visitors, I eagerly cede the right to punish these miscreants to you, your Celestial Highness. Contrary to his honeyed words, the executioner's voice betrays his poorly concealed displeasure. Cassia purses her lips when she notices the onlookers staring at her hands, eyes, and neck. Many point their fingers shamelessly in her direction. Others spit at her feet in disgust. Her chin raised high, the Lady Navigator adjusts her forehead adornment with her clawed hands. She squares her shoulders, lets out a breath, and glares at the crowd with condescension. What do you mean by degree of their guilt may vary? Tadua fixes you with a fanatical stare. One of them, despite being one of the highest lords of Thasera, spat on our world's customs by refusing to alter his destiny. The others did change his fate, even though he was just as lowborn wallowing in the mud. What? What in the Lexus name did I just hear? Solomon raises his voice slightly, indicating that the usually impassive arbitrator is profoundly indignant. I normally have no trouble passing judgment, but in this case I don't even know where to start. What was the opulently dressed mutant's crime? Rotten stain upon noble families. He was hiding in his manner to conceal his deformities, but had trouble keeping his mouth shut, proliferating filth in tracts that he later sent out with his own servants. He declared the choice of one's own fate to be slavery, cast aspirations on the very traditions of the world, was insolent, swore profanely, condemned those who had chosen his new destiny. Luckily, he had no heirs, and today this cursed bloodline shall be put to rest once and for all. The richly garbed mutant moaned something. You noticed stitches on his disfigured face. The zealous servants were evidently in a hurry to silence the condemned man early, and sewed his twisted mouth shut. What did the mutant in the guard's uniform do? A thief, brigand, and murderer. There is no way to list all the crimes lying on this freak's conscience. However, his willingness to change his destiny against all odds merits this mutant at least some honor. Despite his feeble-mindedness and simplicity, he had enough sense to obscure his countenance with hoods and helmets until he made his way from beggar to guard. It was not until long before his excessive passion for fighting and stabbing gave him away. The mutant utters a foul curse under his breath, then immediately gives you a frightened look and falls silent. The mere sight of a celestial lord seems to instill a reverent awe in the common denizens of Thasera. You praise the low-born mutant despite the vicious acts he's committed. They're both mutants and have thereby violated his law. Yet, when one finds a spark of nobility in an abject commoner, one cannot help but feel a grain of respect for them. This heretic may be of low birth, but he does not flout the values of Thasera the way the nobleman does, and thus honors our traditions and his will.
Born into the rebel, he applied all of his attributes and skills, defied the restraints placed upon him, and crushed those who stood in his path, all in order to forge a new destiny for himself.
Freedom to change destiny? Solomon repeats slowly with an undertone of utter disbelief in what he is hearing. Even you, a degenerate, should know that everyone has their place in the God Emperor's plan from birth, and that any attempt to change that is a violation of his will.
What do you say, Maeve? Which of these two deserves to die? Maeve's gaze darts fearfully around while visibly avoiding the doomed mutants on the platform. I am of too low a birth to take on the burden of being a judge, my celestial lord.
I am ready to announce my decision.
The word of a distinguished guest is law. We are all trembling with anticipation.
Maeve seems to have reined in the emotions that were overtaking her, and she casts a timid glance at you as she awaits the verdict.
Ichabod. Buddy. Kitty, 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 kitty. You need to get down, kitty. Ichabod. No kitties on the desk. Come on. Come on. Don't hit the mic, please. Ichabod. Me, kitty.
Oh my god.
Come on, Bubby. Get down.
Oh boy. So...
So is he actually a murderer? I don't understand what the noble did. This place is fucking weird. Okay, I'm gonna do what seems like the nice thing, but I'm doing it for bad reasons, actually. I'm gonna let them both go. Because I want to see how everyone reacts to this. Because I can't get a vibe for what the fuck is going on here.
Let them both go. The excitement in Tadua's eyes fades away.
A merciful decision, Your Celestial Highness. Savor the gift of freedom bestowed on us by the holder of the key to all destinies and by his messenger. Begone, you disgusting spawn! Oh, what a clamor! I wagered I had the sound of the poor slaughterman's heart breaking all the way at the other end of the Sarah. And now my favorite word. Next! Also, where is the jester, and how is his arm?
A pale, bony creature, barely able to move its legs, enters the stage. In place of a mask, it turns a horrific medley of features toward the world. This ugliness, however, is nothing like that of the previous convicts. The thin, squeamishly twisted mouth is fused to the cheekbones, Malicious eyes peer into the crowd from under hideous folds of skin. The mask of this heretic appears to have melted and congealed. What is this heretic guilty of? The executioner does not answer right away, but makes you wait a moment. His crime is more grievous than any the scaffold have ever seen. He was granted a new destiny and chose to defy it. He turned away the greatest gift that can be offered to the loyal sons and daughters of Basra. The wretched man's gaze drifts over the crowd until his piercing eyes meet yours. His head twitches, his face contorting in a monstrous grimace.
Shut up! Shut up before it gets in!
He whispers in a sudden frenzy.
I won't give up! I won't give up! I won't give up!
Oh, no. We didn't come here for you to stay quiet. Squeal now, and squeal louder. The crowd takes up the fool's outburst and begins demanding more screams. Cabela whispers without taking her eyes off the condemned man. You are not the master of your own shadow. The shadows reign over you. You are alone, while they are many. But why? A windowless, doorless house. Ichabod, I can't read. Ichabod. E.T., come on. Come on. Get down, Bubby. Ichabod, you can't be on the desk. Come here. Oh my god, why are you so stupid? Come here. Ichabod, no kitties on the desk. A windowless, doorless soul. Adira's standing still, her eyes glassy. The master is gone, only the beast remains. What happened to his face? Is he another mutant? The Sarin fever. You need not worry, your celestial highness. It is not contagious. Where is that blasted court fool? Yeah, where is he? You glance at the crowd and suddenly see the fool, prancing and flitting among the gawkers, clearly trying not to be spotted by you. Ah! Ichabod. Get off the cable, baby. Oh my god. I'm gonna break my fucking head. I mean, it's already frozen, but he's gonna break it much, much worse. Shoot bluff for his insolence. Not a Solomorm, it's time to teach this gathering a lesson. I have thought of better entertainment. Forget the execution. Whoever brings me the fool will receive the honor of kissing the Celestial Lord's ring. Ah, shoot. Now my... Oh, crap. Hang on. Speaking of my headset being broken, the cat activated it. The volume is now gonna go up and down. There we go. Huh. This place is so weird. I don't know what decisions to make. This is fucking weird, though. Note to Solomon. It's time to teach this gathering a lesson. Without uttering a word, the arbitrator draws his weapon. Jesus Christ. A shot rings out and a deafening shriek rises from the throng of people. You catch sight of a badly wounded fool disappearing into the crowd. Dude, that guy's getting fucked up. Maeve cries out in horror and immediately clasps her mouth with both hands, trying to lock her voice inside. There's enough deaths. Let him go. As Tadua opens his mouth to say something, the convict takes a step on his clumsy, spindly legs, and then another. The face! The face! Pretty, strong, shining! A gnarled claw points directly at you. Give it here! Give it to me now instead of the one I bear! Take mine! It's not mine! Take it! Take it! The madman raises his crooked fingers to his face and sinks his nails into his sagging flesh. Shrieking with what sounds like relief, he tears off a piece of his cheek, then another, and then one more. Falling to his knees, he frantically scratches his own eyes out, smearing blood and clear ichor across his face before collapsing dead on the platform. A sudden rumble draws your attention. Like rockfall tumbling down a slope, the thudding of feet and mad screams overwhelm you. After a moment, you see the source of the commotion. A throng of mutants is charging straight at you. What the fuck is happening?
The impure cannot escape their fate.
Brace yourself.
Well, those knights have a lot of hit points. Wait, did they just kill Tadua the Scorched? I guess he's not dead. Whoa, what is this? Thassaterium buboes. Bloating with Thassaterium, this creature's body is about to burst. It runs to the target and blow. Okay. The Sarin Fever. This creature's flesh sparkles with Thracian dust, increasing its strength by 25. This creature dies. Thracian transforms the contrary emotions into warp energy. What the fuck is wrong with this planet? Wait, is this the guy I saved? Yeah, these are the guys I saved. What the actual fuck? You try and help some people. These knights are actually a problem. I can't get up there.
If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Why? What happened, Perforos?
Damn! What was the command again? Oh, right.
Yeah, but you don't, because you got insurance money to cover the motorcycle, right?
Will do.
Then why'd you buy the bike already?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Emperor protects me. This way.
I'm really, really upset that those guys I saved are now fucking us up. Alright, well at least she can jump up here and cheat.
The shadows will see it done. No. Trust me.
The words of a responsible adult.
As honor or
Really?
trust me.
Really?
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
What is with the crazy parry stat on these mutants?
Brings me no pleasure. The other side awaits.
You know, the words of responsible adult was offering to kidnap a girl on the train and we're considering it. Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
I cannot serve you in this way. The shadows will see it done. I will not die in dishonor. As honor ordains. Trust me.
This way.
An attachment makes us.
Was that you? Or...
Oh, did my burb die?
That is not my destiny.
Oh, my burb died. Yeah, simple as that. I feel silly for asking now.
Nani?
Farewell. Will do.
Understood. The order is clear. Hold the formation. Heretic escapes punishment. I'll take it as a right. Kill team. It won't take long. Lex is inescapable.
Clearly.
Waste of time. Even my dog wouldn't do that. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
What? What was that? Wait. What? What? What was that? Are we not gonna... Okay.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed. Victory is imminent.
Oh my god, that damage.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet. Your corrupt way has failed you. Let this be the warning to all who oppose us. And so shall it be. Another step towards our ultimate victory. Actions will speak. Your corrupt way has failed you.
I want context for what is happening on this planet. Your Celestial Highness, apologies for my late arrival. I wasted a great deal of time in idle squabbles with that oaf of a treasurer as he was looking for the shipment chronicle. I only heard about the attack after it had already begun, and the elevator might as well have not been moving at all. It was so slow.
The treasurer, the elevator. Who are you going to blame next, Governor? Are you the ruler of the world or a casual onlooker? You will take measures immediately and restore order. I will conclude that you are sabotaging the rogue trader's visit, either by intent or simply due to your own ineptness. The governor babbles in fear. I never thought... He takes a deep breath. The culprit, of course, the culprit will face execution post-haste, my celestial lord. Survey the square. An oppressive silence hangs over the previously bustling plaza. The people are taking in the carnage, clearly avoiding looking at you, but still catching your every word. You notice Maeve standing nearby, gazing around with horror in her eyes. Find those responsible and bring them to me. The condemned mutants broke loose and attacked the townsfolk. It's been a long time since anything like that's happened, Your Celestial Highness. They must have sniffed out that today is a special day. The executioner's lips curl, split by a blow during the fight. The commander was responsible for guarding them. He got careless. His armor rattling, one of the knights steps forward. I'm Lucra, commander of the fortress. I can attest that the ungodly mutant will restrain properly. It's the fucking burning tank. The smoke whipped the brutes into a frenzy. Ichabod. Bobby. Come on, no kitties on the desk. So it's either the commander or the executioner, is it? Yeah, honestly. No, I'm gonna do this. This is very out of character for me, but we are here for the law, and this has been completely, utterly fucked. Strike the governor. If it were not for the tithe, you would be the one facing execution. The governor staggers back from the blow, barely managing to stay on his feet. The trickle of blood runs down his lip, and he spits out a few rotten teeth onto the stones. Thank you, your celestial highness. I will never forget the lesson taught to me by the Emperor's own anointed. Thanks to denial, I'm gonna live forever? Holy fuck, Hank, you gotta bottle that and sell it. So it's either the commander or the executioner, is it? I shall now make my decision. My celestial lord, I swear on my life that my knights and I did everything we could to keep you safe. Who could have foreseen that the Phasmophorius, after gorging itself on miscreants, would start driving the mutants mad with smoke? Lies! The Phasmophorius does not taunt heretics, it fills them with terror. They shift the blame for your own failure onto a sacred weapon of justice, with a heinous crime in and of itself. So, the smoke driving mutants into a frenzy sounds like the stupidest fucking excuse I've ever heard. But there is so much weird shit going on here that might be true. But also, we burned the last guy a while ago. I didn't execute anyone. I don't like the executioner. But as far as we can tell, he's been doing this a long time. The commander's men did try and protect me, but how did the mutant... No, you know what? No. If they were secured properly, the smoke getting them all riled up, unless it gives them fucking berserker strength, wouldn't do shit. The commander is guilty. Solomon, carry out the sentence. In one precise movement, the proctor carries out the execution. Lucra falls to the ground with a crash. You are our savior today, your celestial highness. And in gratitude, please accept this personalized sword from the treasury. Fatebringer once decided the outcome of one of our feuds. It killed a rebel leader, and peace has reigned on the planet ever since. 15 to 17. Wow, it ignores their armor. Wow. Thank you, Raldo. The governor bows at your feet. I look to Maeve. Having dusted herself off and reassumed a proper bearing, Maeve stares off into space. Despite the shock, her lips are pressed firmly together, and her back is impeccably straight. It appears your celebration is over, Governor. Not in the least. I will let
I will not let some beasts ruin everything we've worked so hard to prepare. I suggest we distance ourselves from this place and return to our corner of revelry in peace. By your leave, I will be waiting for you at the head table. Oh, God, Emperor, give me strength. Swallowing noisily, the governor hurriedly departs the scene of slaughter. Wait, what? What happened? We're waiting for you at the head table, Oh, is he puking? It amazes me that that idiot just underpaid the tithe and did not somehow lose the whole planet as well. Solomon pauses, pensively watching the governor leave. Fine. Feast it is. I'm sick of the stench of burnt meat. Let's try a change of scenery. Her face pale, Maeve raises a hand. My celestial lord, it is only a few steps away. The noble lords are already lifting their glasses in their savior's honor, awaiting your arrival. Shall we proceed? What is wrong with this place? Also,
I did it.
Also, does anyone happen to know how long this is? Dark maroon amasec is pouring out of a ridiculously gaudy fountain. An eager cupbearer hands you a goblet filled to the brim. Have a taste if it please, my celestial lord. The vintage has been maturing ever since we laid the cornerstone of our citadel. We tapped it to celebrate you. Wow, Hank. Thanks for... Do you always have amasec flowing from that fountain? By no means. Such frivolous excess would impede us in carrying out our burden of service to the Emperor. It is only on truly great days such as today that the fountain pours forth this noble beverage. Besides, even the sturdiest of servants could not work the pump for days on end. The pump? Naturally, my celestial lord. It requires the grueling labor of dozens of sturdy workers to create an upward movement for the liquid in the pipes. It's a most useful contraption. Thank you. A pleasant warmth spreads through your body. The liquor is surprisingly palatable. The servant fills another cup and exclaims, "May your spirits be stronger than any amasec." I hand the cup to Maeve. The young woman's cheeks flush a bright red as she accepts the drink from you. Thank you, my celestial lord. Here's to your prospering forever, and Thasser always serving you truly and faithfully. Maeve takes a sip and coughs, but upon noticing your gaze, she bravely downs the drink after all. I'll have a second cup. Your mind is a little hazy, and a drunken flush brightens your cheeks. The amasec may go down deceptively smooth, but its strength is already making itself known. The cupbearer refills your goblet, then with a sudden soulfulness he looks into your eyes and sighs. May you, unlike the rest, always be the master of your fate. Drink straight from the fountain. Why is that an agility check? I'm sorry, Hank. I don't have enough agility to drink the expensive booze right out of the fountain. Thanks, Dan. Look at this fountain of booze, Hank. Okay, normally I would stop here, but there's always a thing about drinking contests in these games. You don't know if your knees can handle it. Well, you're really tall, right? That's a lot harder for you to get down that low. I drink a third cup. Your head feels light and pleasantly empty. It looks like you are more than a little tipsy. A heavy hand is laid on your shoulder, and Solomon's voice comes in cold and insistent. You ought to stop, rogue trader. We still have business to attend to. I hand a cup to Solomon. The duty of a valued guest is calling, Proctor. No, not just because I am on a mission. Solomon studies the fountain with a critical eye. There's nothing more than carousal on a backward world, no matter how many court fools are singing its glories. This is neither honor nor pleasure in partaking of local liquor. Come on, Solomon, just one cup. You are just like Glato when he sinks his teeth into a heretic. The proctor takes the cup and downs it in one long, powerful gulp. Are you sure this is Amasek? It's a tad watery. Trust a planet that underpays its tide to dilute the liquor as well. I've had enough. Or actually, no. Let's see. Offer a drink to your retinue. Abelard accepts the cup with great decorum, takes half a gulp, and grunts thoughtfully. Humph! An interesting bouquet. Not particularly refined, but quite potable, in my uninitiated opinion. Adira shrinks from the Amasek and hesitates for a short while before resolutely shaking her head. Ah, because she knows if she loses control again, I execute her. Cassia's eyes widen in dismay. She stares intently at the cup, then screws up her eyes and downs the contents in one gulp. My throat's on fire. It is an honor to accept a gift from you, Domin. Isabella looks pensively at her own reflection in the cup, and with a swift motion of her hand, pours its contents into a ceremonial flask. I think I've had enough. What'd you find, boy? Did you find loot? A radiant shield. Whenever the wielder blocks an attack, the attacker must pass an agility resistance check or be blinded. That's...
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Okay, it's got a better block chance. I lose one deflection. How much deflection does Abelard have? 6. You know what?
Someone else can do this.
Oh, that's not the shield slot. That just looks like a shield. Alright.
Know your duty.
Wow, their basic shields are pretty decent too.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Why does it... Why does it say there's loot here? I don't even see the commander's body, let alone... Oh, hey, the...
Let us walk this path to the end.
What did I miss down here? I looted that! Oh no, this is a different area. Fuck.
I need to look closer.
The Vizier.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Whoa!
Just as he ordained. Just as I was taught.
The Ebonite Sword. That's pretty decent. Target hits with the sword suffer a number of static charge stacks equal to damage dealt from the attack. When a creature with those stacks is killed, all creatures adjacent to it suffer shock damage equal to the number of charges. Interesting. All right. I have no idea what to make of this place. It's so fucking weird.
The Divine watches over us.
The governor's hand reaches for the armor sec, but flinches under your gaze and abruptly changes trajectory toward the appetizers. Today is a very nervous day, Your Celestial Highness. When I feel nervous, I eat and drink and eat again. I googles. That is just the way I am, but Emperor have mercy, the food today is to die for. Would you like to have some? I recommend you try the fried alcedont, whose horns were still goring my hunters just the other day. And here, we have some five-tailed Shrimpier Sirius in its stewed black-eye sauce. These fellows need to be eaten quickly before they scurry off the plate. As for the side dishes, you must simply have a taste of these crispy, blabbered shells seasoned with blue glute. The spice scorches your tongue, but follow it with some amasec and it will feel like the waters of life itself. Googles, baby. No kitties on the desk. Athletics check. Attack the giant alcedont ham. Sure. You sink your teeth into the greasy morsel and deftly nibble it to the bone in front of the entire court, which watches you with morbid fascination. I've gained carnivore to the core. Now that you've prevailed over a giant leg of alcedont, is there any obstacle you cannot surmount? Increase the character's strength and toughness in the next combat. This is a one-time bonus and disappears after the combat ends. Magnificent! Not even the rock serpentid that recently ate our cobbler could match you. Unlike Your Celestial Highness, it spent 5 entire suns chewing through him. The governor toasts you excitedly. Time to defeat the blabbered shells seasoned with blue glut. You pop a fried blabbered shell into your mouth. First one and then another, and then another. The blue glut stings your tongue and throat, but Holt von Valentius is made of sterner stuff than all these milksops. Eventually, you crush the last blabbery between your jaws before wiping a napkin over your chin and tossing it victoriously onto the table. I know I've guts of iron. You manage to keep a stony face while downing an entire dish of hot blabberids, a show of steel-hard composure. The character's intelligence and willpower is increased to the next comb. Okay. Incredible, but how? How did you accomplish it? My fellow revelers, let us raise our cups to the unbreakable strength of the God Emperor's emissary. The entire Thessarian nobility lift their golden goblets in your honor. Wait, why did my 15% become... Oh, I guess I should have eaten those first. Now that we've had our refreshments, let us talk. Verily, your Celestial Highness. He reaches his ring-studded hand for a goblet, but stops at the sound of Maeve's voice. My lord, remember what the physician told you. Temperance is the best cure for your ailments. I fear that you've disobeyed his wishes again today. And now I'm paying for it with a compromised sense of balance and regrettable inability to admire the disguised imposters. and the hunt is already in foot. Wait, what? And now I'm paying for it with a compromised sense of balance and a regrettable inability to admire the disguised imposters, and the hunt is already in full swing. What? What disguise and what hunt? What are you talking about?
Road trader, once you've had your fill of the governor, let me ask him some questions. Solomon leans over to you. What is this hunt you mentioned? Rualdo waves a hand at Maeve.
Be a darling and tell our guest about our amusements. I'm a little exhausted. Of course, my lord. The imposter hunt takes place every moonlight. Shortly before the event, the servants are thoroughly cleansed of dirt and foulness, combed, dressed in expensive clothing and masks, and invited into the courtyard with the rest of the guests. The nobles hide their faces as well, and then they try to guess who the imposters are. Telling one from the other is quite a challenge sometimes. Oh, okay. Okay, I know.
The governor suddenly perks up again.
And that is the best part. I highly recommend you try it, your celestial highness. It makes for a very interesting change of pace. And on this occasion, the privilege of branding, if you will, falls entirely to you, our honored celestial guest.
What branding? What, Suppose I found all the imposters. What happens next?
Maeve produces a shimmering slate featuring a string of fine inscriptions. This is a data brand, one of our off-world treasures. We handle it with the greatest care, and yet all of the Sarah's jewels and miracles cannot compare to the resplendence of your glory, my celestial lord. When you find an imposter, you need only mark them with this wondrous brand. At the end of the hunt, we hold a great feast. If you guess at least one of the imposters, you will win a fine prize. If you guess all four, there will be an even more special reward. I remember at one of the hunts, a servant played the role of a baron so well that all the lords unanimously granted him favor and let him keep the title and privileges of the nobility. Wow! Such a thing rarely happens, but who knows what the evening will bring, for tonight it will be you who determines the worthy, my celestial lord.
Would you just admit that there is a masquerading rabble among the Thessarian nobles? Illiterate, with no idea how to collect tithes or... By the throne, that actually explains so much. The proctor scoffs and glances at the enthusiastic guests. Go ahead, governor, commence your charade. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. The governor lets out an audible yelp.
It shall be done, Master Judicator.
How does one find an imposter in the crowd?
By the way they talk, their lack of restraint, the unfamiliar delicacies overwhelm them so much they lose control. Imposters are often scared of the responsibility that has fallen on their weak shoulders. And they try to stay close to the real nobles and imitate their rarefied manners. During the hunt, it is most worthwhile to pay attention to separate groups where conversations have already started. A frightened imposter will probably try to hide behind other people's backs. That's all I know, Celestial Lord.
Solomon, you may ask your governor your question. There. Solomon, you may ask the governor your questions.
If I can amuse the esteemed Judicator with conversation, I will only be too glad to do so.
What, of course. I've already wanted to try my hand at casual small talk. Solomon folds his arms imperiously over his chest, somehow becoming even taller in stature and broader in the shoulders. Tell me about the Laceraxes, Governor. Such fascinating creatures. Where did you get them from?
I cannot tell you off the top of my head, as there are not many planets that have Laceraxes. I received these beasts a long time ago as a gift.
It is well known that Laceraxes can only be found on Giannis. The governor throws up his hands. Can they? I was sure they were a common beastie. I might have embarrassed myself there, but I would be glad to talk about something else. Do not judge me harshly. I'm not trying to get into the I'm trying to get into the festive mood the best I can. We can certainly change the subject. I'd like to note that I found your youth extending face transplant procedure amazing. Does your Tharassa possess any other unique knowledge or items brought over from your homeworld? What is that world called, by the way? Ah, my native Idesk. Idex. Unfortunately, I'm not introduced much from it beyond the art of changing faces. But perhaps the Celestial Lord is taking a liking to some of Thrassa's original creations. Isn't Idex that planet we nuked everybody on? I guess they really were heretics. I guess I don't feel that bad about nuking the planet now. You cannot pronounce the name of your homeworld? Really? The governor takes a big sip from his cup. I'm a bit tipsy, so I cannot help it. On a day like today, it would be criminal not to toast such important guests. I was interested in the musical servitors. They could only have been brought to you by the Crimson Priest, correct? Can you tell me why they visited the planet? I think they were the Red Robes who arrived to celebrate the ascendance of a new governor. That's me. Rualdo's wistful gaze follows as Shrimperis fleeing the table. Why would the servants of the Omnisire care who had taken the throne of a technologically underdeveloped world? The governor shrugs helplessly. I was too overjoyed at their appearance to ask. A gesture of deference, perhaps, I suppose. Who can ever understand those mysterious Crimson Priests? Indeed. The Tech Priests are famous for having many vocations outside of pursuing technology and discovering new knowledge, like music and visits of courtesy. Thank you for the conversation, Governor. I've learned everything I wanted to know. I'll participate in the hunt. Marvelous. As soon as you are done with your search, I will be... The governor attempts to rise from the table, but gravity proves to be his superior. Perhaps you should stay here, my lord? Maeve's gaze is full of genuine concern. I feel you may be right, Maeve. I will be waiting here, surrounded by savory dishes and plentiful amasec. Have a fruitful hunt, your celestial highness. Maeve, bring me a cup of amasec, and make sure it's filled to the brim. Comes an unexpected order from Solomon. It will be done, my lord judicator. What the fuck? Solomon waits until Maeve is some distance away and then turns to you. I wanted to talk with you. Without the observer they may have attached to us overhearing. He casts a sweeping glance around the courtyard and lowers his voice. Do you get the sense that what is happening raises questions and lack coherent answers? I am uneasy as well, on account of certain unusual circumstances. Which ones in particular? Remember that last mutant from the public execution? Something was off about him, and it wasn't just a physical deformity. Yes, mutation is a corruption that seldom leaves a person of sound mind. But what the madman spouted on the scaffold and what he had done to himself was beyond the pale. The fact that we've had a mutant attack during a public execution with no clear or evident cause. The attack is unlikely to have been planned. It looked too messy, shall we say. On the other hand, perhaps that's the best of this backwater planet can do when it comes to plotting and scheming. The local beliefs. What is this tripe about altering your destiny? The Gold Emperor alone knows how many different cults of him there are. No two planets worship him in quite the same way, but only a heretic would wax poetic about altering a fate that was ordained by the Emperor once and for all. The governor barely manages to stay in his saddle, which is odd for a local nobleman. Not too odd considering Raldo's ravenous fondness for food in Amasek, but an astute observation nonetheless. The governor is not Thracian, and yet he seems utterly clueless about what's happening outside this planet. Precisely. Either he has had an experience so traumatic as to cause him to altogether lose his memory, or we are being played for fools. The sculptor, like Rualdo, is not a local, but more importantly, he's a sanctioned psyker. His work with locally mined stone may be a harmless pursuit, or it may not be. In any event, the fact that the governor employs a sorcerer who's working his own project is enough to raise questions. We've seen the writings of that madman Fault, the Chronicle of Fate. This is lunacy bordering on heresy. Not bordering. That is a heresy writ large. That is not what troubles me. What troubles me is that the madman succeeded in publishing them. I do not like the way the governor is using every means possible to stall our inquiry into the tithe. Indeed. At first one could mistake it for sycophancy, an attempt to appease the celestial guest. The longer it goes on, the more apparent the criminal intent behind the stalling of the inevitable becomes. So what's your conclusion? I have a theory, but I'd like to hear yours first, lest my opinions influence your reasoning. So, this is interesting. This area is not what they're making it out to be. Not a feudal world, but a primitive populace, but a forge world. Or else an industrial one. The point of the deception is to pay a smaller tithe. We did find... Okay, let's think about that. No, the sculptor... They wouldn't have let the sculptor's... stuff fall apart. Then again, we did find them making bullets. I'd wager that this is a cult. The predicaments I usually get into involve a cult of some description. Heretical cults are not the only threat by far. There's enough heresy on Thessera either way. My hypothesis is this is not about the tithe. It's merely a pretext to keep us here long enough. But what for? We should play along for now. Let them think we've taken the bait while we wait for an opportunity to seize control of the situation. For that, we need to agree on a signal to launch a coordinated attack. I will shout attack. I will take a dragon and a low stick. That will be the signal to strike. Understood. Maeve returns, taking quick, careful steps along the paved road, a brimming goblet in her hands.
Your hammer sick, me lord. I haven't spilled a drop.
Without a word, the arbitrator hurls the drink on the pavement. The splash of amasec is like a scarlet wound upon the stone that has been polished by 1,000 souls.
That was kind of rude. What is Maeve gonna think of that?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Dog, we already looked at that. Okay.
Now, Gara, bad beast. Very bad. I apologize, Your Celestial Highness. How's your imposter hunt going? Gara. My darling pet. She is guarding the shrimpery seas. Every once in a while, she gets an allowance in the form of an Alcident bones. What has it done wrong? He almost ripped off my finger along with a slice of Alcidont. Wasn't my fault for getting their predators, albeit... It's my fault for forgetting their predators, albeit domesticated ones. You have reduced a beast born to hunt and kill to a domesticated pet. Without purpose or discipline, both man and animal alike are destined for degradation. Solomon nods at Glyto, who's completely unfazed by the multitude of delicacies. See? This is the level of obedience and dignity we should strive for. If your blade does not obey your hand, it may one day pierce your throat. Capella's words caused the governor to shudder. What if you too are an imposter, Rialdo? Your Celestial Highness, how could you say such a thing? I've never even seen a lowborn village up close. They're cowering down there, thank the God Emperor. The governor empties another goblet brought to him by a servant. Fetch us more amasec, now! What are you looking at? Go, go, useless layabouts. I'm not done yet. I understand, Your Celestial Highness. As our nobles say, may thy torture 10 times, thou canst behead a man once. Measure thy torture 10 times, thou canst behead a man only once. It would be a good adage if not for local Moors. I bet there are at least 5 course changes between torture and execution on Theresa, and with music.
Okay, I don't...
Know your duty.
Lady in a gold... Okay.
A few nobles have gathered around an older man in a fine jacket. His eyes dot back and forth between them. I come from an honored dynasty. You can't? He keeps trying to approach someone, but they all recoil from him as if he were a leper. The mob's instigator, a lady in a golden mask, exclaims furiously, "Oh, listen to the songs of this poor wretch. He thinks that the bath they gave him makes him look like a nobleman." Upon noticing you, the crowd parts. In a peevish voice, the woman drawls, "We ask that our celestial lord brand this peasant." Among the hushed crowd, you single out a young woman in a half-mask and a gorgeous dress, who is watching intently from the side. Explain to me what exactly is going on here. The lady in the golden mask curtsies gracefully. Your Celestial Highness, we've exposed one of the impostors. There he is, the one in the jacket, still clinging to his facade. You ought to brand him, and quickly. The woman who has been keeping a distance now steps closer and whispers to you. My Celestial Lord, I'm begging you to listen to me. This man is a member of a noble family. He's being slandered. Look closely at the man. The old man is terrified. His hands are clutching an expensive cane bearing an intricate family coat of arms. Address the young woman. Why are you standing up for him? She whispers quietly. I'm just a commoner in a fancy dress, my lord.
This man is my master. I know I'm supposed to be playing the part of a rich girl, but I've served many lords, you see, and Sir Timaeus is the only one who treats his servants with gentleness. I want to protect him from these cruel people.
Are you aware that your servant is trying to protect you, Sir Timaeus? The old man adjusts his mask in surprise. His eyes scan the crowd again and come to rest on a finely dressed young woman. That's Renka, my house servant. What is she? Protecting me, you say? She has no idea what game she's got herself mixed up in. Forgive me, my girl. His lip quivers as he grips his cane more tightly and breathes in deeply, before suddenly taking a step back. Here she is, the real imposter, the house girl Renka. She admitted herself to the Celestial Lord. The old man spits and points a finger at Renka, who shrinks away in fear. How could you schemers even think of deceiving our supreme benefactor? And what could you say in your defense? My Celestial Lord knows how ruthless court intrigues can be. My family only recently attained its lofty status. Many here are opposed. He stutters, his teeth chattering in fear. The vulture's gaze shifts to you in anticipation of your verdict. This man is a noble. Why are you so intent on painting him otherwise? The lady in the golden mask clears her throat.
There is not a word of a lie in what I have said. This travesty of a nobleman was granted his privileges less than 100 years ago. A family of upstarts who have elevated themselves through peddlery. For any true-born noble, he is no different from a masquerading peasant.
A tired sigh escapes Abelard's chest. The sir has more in common with Dargonus than I first thought. I'm ready to brand the imposter. The nobles around you hold their breath as they try to read the direction of your gaze. Place the data brand on the young woman in the fine dress. One step ahead, you've assembled all the evidence to expose the conspiracy. I have? The young woman's face turns pale as marble behind her half-mask. She casts a seething look at the man in the jacket, then lowers her eyes. The man, meanwhile, sighs in relief and says, "Thank you. I knew that no intrigue could fool the Celestial Lord." Wait.
Okay. Ichabod, get down, buddy. Get down, get down, get down.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Not sure that achievement should have popped.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
The two men in clergy robes are bickering loudly. The older of the pair is eating with great appetite, while the younger one watches him in disgust. Your overindulgence is pure hypocrisy. True servant of faith would have abstained. The old priest shoots his companion a glance over the plate. A true servant of the faith would keep his strength up, so he may offer the God Emperor not just words, but deeds as well. The young man flushes when he notices your gaze.
Celestial Lord, how fortunate is your arrival. Only you can solve this conundrum and decide which of us is the true clergyman of noble birth and which is the arrogant impostor. I look at the two priests. Apart from their age, the two men before you look fairly similar. All servants of the ecclesiarchy are as one in their indomitable fate. Damn, I failed that one. I need to ask a few questions first in order to identify the impostor. The old priest gives you a reserved nod. Meanwhile, the younger one turns his entire body to face you, like a student being evaluated. What would you say is the role of knowledge in the Imperium? There are no barriers to learning the word of the Emperor and to conquering all that he has given unto us. Have you read the manuscripts of our scribe, Gregorius Folt? I hear he has left his craft behind now, but his research shines on with the light of true worship. Knowledge depraves the soul. This is reading letters that are not meant to be read. The old priest furrows his brow at the young man's passionate words. Cassia shakes her head. The judgments are like the two sides of a single coin. There is value in both, but neither one constitutes the whole. What awaits the Emperor's servants after death? Both priests ponder the question for a while. The older is the first to speak up. I should serve faithfully. The Emperor will preserve their soul in his halls. The young priest gives you a broad and sincere smile. It is customary on Thessera to believe in sacred reincarnation. Thus the worthy may serve the Emperor for all eternity. This fool says he yearns for everlasting service. He does not hear the undying ones laughing quietly at his words. It is not this man's destiny to serve him for eternity. It is to leave meekly when he whispers, "It is time." You have encountered many variations of the God Emperor's cult in your time, but never have you heard of reincarnation after death. A religious teaching such as this seems strange and exotic, even for a nondescript, half-forgotten planet as Thessera. By what name are the warriors born from the blood of the Emperor's sons known? The heralds of the heralds of the Celestial Master, gods among men. The young preacher's eyes are alight with awe. The Emperor's angels. They descend upon the land and smite his enemies. You see respect in the old man's eyes, and fear. I place the impostor's brand on the young priest. The smile vanishes from the young man's face indignantly. Why, well, yes, I did skip the lectorum once or twice, it's true, but I'm still a proper noble. I swear it on my honor.
The Divine watches over us.
Frightened nobleman and a man with scissors. In the wavering torchlight, you see a glint of steel. One of the jacket-clad young men is pressing a blade against the other's ribs. A mask lies discarded at the attacker's feet. Noticing you, the trembling victim cries out, "Your Highness, save me!" Do not interfere, outsider. This man deserves to be punished, along with all of Thessera's rotten elite. They see people as just things to be worn. Let him look me in the eye and find out what it feels like to be cut to pieces. You realize that the weapon pressed against the victim's body is none other than a pair of expertly sharpened tailor's scissors. Solomon casts an indifferent glance at the pair. Local folk and their strange amusements. They're not worth our time. What is going on here? Ichabod. The victim sucks in a ragged breath. He's a tailor from the lower city. He's gone mad. He thinks I'm wearing the face of his brother, my valet. The attacker visibly loses his cool. Admit it! You killed him and took his face. You could wear it instead of a costume. I heard it from my brother in the Moonlife. I haven't heard from my brother in a Moonlife. Blackness has utterly enshrouded this man. How can one dispense righteous punishment in such blinding darkness? Cassia shudders and looks away. Examine the victim's face. The noble lord's features are stretched and distorted. The edges of his neck, forehead, and cheeks are fastened at the sides with fine gold thread.
Peering into the nobleman's face, you realize that this stretched skin is his own. You see no scars or stitches. It appears this is merely a way of improving his looks and imitating people of higher standing. Intervene and free the victim. You capture the scissors and deftly plunge them into the attacker's knee. Sensing his tormentor's grip weakening, the victim slips free and hides behind you. This madman bribed the guards so they would ignore my cries. I'm sure they'll be singing a different tune when they find out the Celestial Lord had to intervene personally. Tell me about Thasera's rotten elite. They're parasites. They tear whoever they want to pieces. These scum squeeze into a person's skin like it's a suit that's 2 sizes too small, splitting the seams in the process. The vigilante stares at you without blinking, his eyes glassy. Skin suits and splitting seams? Preposterous. Your brother was rewarded for his talent with the best assignment he could hope for. Maybe he just decided he wanted nothing more to do with you. The nobleman's voice cracks. He's on the verge of tears. Your Celestial Highness, if such were your will, you could send your servants to the dressmaker this very moment and find this man's brother alive and well. His words are soaked in grey, with flashes of copper desperation breaking through. But of the swampy muck of deceit, I see nothing. This man has never undergone the local facial replacement procedure. He is wearing his own face. Don't be deceived. Look closer. The scoundrel is simply hiding his stitches. He thinks he can trick an expert tailor, but it's a wasted effort. Tell me about this valet. The nobleman eyes his attacker fearfully. It's very simple, Your Celestial Highness. His younger brother is away with clothes. I noticed him when I was looking for new servants, and I sent the boy to apprentice under a renowned dressmaker in the upper quarters. I thought I would make him my valet, you see. But then this fool decided that I took his brother, not because of his talent, but to use him for my rejuvenation. Why do I even need a new face? I haven't even worn out my own out yet. Man, I don't know. I am very not sure which one. Fuck. I can't save when I'm in a chat, can I? Nope. Damn, I should have saved before this.
Man, I don't know. The nobleman's eyes go wide. I don't understand. I'm of noble blood, a scion of the governor, or as good as. I wanted to help a gifted commoner and instead landed myself in trouble for it. And you would brand me an imposter for that? You can't brand me. It's not fair. Not one muscle twitches on the attacker's face. His relentless gaze is fixed upon the nobleman. Play your games all you want. My mission will not change. This scoundrel will die. The tailor is going to jail immediately. Guards! The moment you step aside, guards rush onto the scene.
Let us walk this path to the end.
The young noblewoman's hair is disheveled, her bodice stained with grime, and her mask pushed clumsily on top of her head. Holding her skirt high, she's trying her hardest to fight her way through the guards blocking the door. Just let me go, please, for throne's sake, she exclaims when the guards yet again push her aside. The woman notices you and attempts something resembling a curtsy, but stumbles and falls to her knees. I'm done. I just can't take it anymore. You are Celestial Lord, aren't you?
Yes, I am, but you do not look much like a noble lady.
I'm Edyaca, your graciousness. I'm not a noble, not one bit. I just do the laundry and bleach the linens. I've never mixed in high society in my life. Forgive a fool, your graciousness.
Why are you telling me this? According to the rules, you are meant to pose as a noble, then you get a reward.
But I don't want no reward, my lord. I want to go back home.
The woman hangs her head and clutches the lace frills of her dress. Her breathing stutters as she is racked with silent sobs. Why are you trying to escape?
I want to get away before they start putting those brands on us. For the tricksters. I'm no kind of trickster, can't you see? I couldn't fool a Grox.
Why are you participating in the masquerade in the first place?
It's not like they asked me nicely, your graciousness. They grabbed me, shoved me in this dress, and threw me in here. Nobody here was asked, but I don't want to be anybody's toy. I have 3 boys and a girl. We starch our lords and ladies' undergarments. We work our fingers to the bone just to get enough scraps for the day.
She shows you her calloused hands, mottled red with chemical burns. So what should I do with you? Gripping the frills of her fabulous dress in her coarse, white-knuckled hands, the woman looks up at you.
Please, your graciousness, by the God Emperor, just let me leave. Nobody who gets put in one of those get-ups ever comes back. If I stay, I won't see my home again. I just know it. I haven't done anything wrong.
No one ever comes back? What's that supposed to mean?
Just that, your graciousness. It doesn't matter if you get branded or not. Once the hunt's over, you're gone. The place is like a Grox pit. There's no way back. I just want to live. I want to be useful. Please let me go home. You can't fake the hands. Thrill of the game. I found all the imposters. Hey, I did it. All hope fades from the woman's glistening eyes. She wipes her nose with a sleeve and lets out a dejected sigh. Pardon me, your graciousness. You've done as you should. It wasn't right of me to spoil your game. Man, that one with the guy with the scissors was hard. They say people go missing after the imposter hunt. What do you make of this? Your Celestial Highness must have been listening to a lot of gossip. Who cares what the rabble goes afterwards? However, I can assure you that the victors are often sent into my personal service. We call it the highest favor, and today it will be up to you to choose whom it should be bestowed upon. The governor is dragging out his words, as if he is not entirely sure of them himself, or he is not telling you something. I've concluded my search. Delightful. I will immediately summon the court for the final celebration of hypocrisy. And who knows, perhaps today, one of the imposters will be lucky enough to earn your favor. Straining to add a note of gravity to his voice, the governor proclaims, Most radiant ladies and noble lords, I hereby declare the imposter hunt officially over. The crowd responds with uproarious cheers. The participants of our masquerade already stand before you. Did you guess correctly? Did you expose them all? Please don your oculars and have a look. Raldo turns to you and whispers conspiratorially. Noble was permitted to hunt the imposters this time, my lord. Still, knowing their penchant for such games, I do suspect they tried to make their guesses anyways, quietly among themselves. All of these imposters have been found out by none other than our celestial guest, Holt von Valencias. An unsurpassable show, your celestial highness. Bravo, bravo. Maeve, present our gift. Oh my god, you're still alive? You hear the fool's voice from somewhere among the crowd. Noble Torsel, branded at the behest of the rogue trader himself. Oh, what bitter irony. My standing ovation to you. Oh, whoops. Oh, I guess I didn't get them all. Whoever gets one side rating, 15 persuasion. If Perils of the Wolf is triggered and a demon is summoned, the demon is actually closest to it non-demon target. What a pile of shit. Damn, so who was it? Well, apparently it's, you get that no matter what. Oh, Ichabod, get down. Get down! Your Celestial Highness, as an honored guest of Thessera, would you like to say a few words of guidance to our beautiful world? When my ship carries me between the stars, cutting through the endless void, I ask myself what the new day might bring.
And then I find myself standing up to my nose in filth among a gaggle of morons who think a cogitator's a wind-up gewgaw. You want to hear my wishes? Well, my wish is to be off this planet as soon as possible. The end. Jesus Christ. We stand united in our faith and in our common mission to bring about humanity's victorious future. May you all toil for the indestructible fortress of the Imperium and wish for no other life, for the God Emperor is the one true path to the darkness of the universe. Glory to the Emperor! Glory! The mass people respond, making the sign of the Aquila over their chests. That was a grand speech, thank you. Raldo sniffles loudly, dabbing his face with a handkerchief. And now, good lords and ladies, the time has come to make the fateful decisions. There is not but one true reward, the highest favor, that any branded impostor desires. Please, your celestial highness, tell us, is there among these people one worthy of the rogue trader's favor? What is the highest favor, Rualdo? Is this part of the rules of the game? That is correct, your celestial highness. Whomever you grant your favor will be showered with all manner of honors and go and serve in the governor's palace. But the tailor's victim was wrong, it said. So, I'd want to pick her. Except she's terrified they... Yes, there is. The laundry woman, Editka. As it pleases your graciousness. Clutching a filthy skirt, Editka crouches in a graceless curtsy, then walks away, dragging her feet dejectedly. What was that laughing? You hear venom... I don't... No. Well, okay, Hank, this place is so fucking weird. I can't get a vibe on what's going on at all. Okay? I'm trying to do her a favor. You hear venomous laughter among the crowd and recognize Bluff's voice. As the square drowns in the clamor and applause of gawkers who were spectating the game, you look around for the court fool but cannot spot him anywhere. Such is his celestial highness's brilliant decision, which for some may have been fateful indeed. And finally the hour you've all been waiting for, the concluding part of our, conclusion, the great feast. The crowd's patience is worn thin. Filling his lungs, the governor shouts, "Lasaraxes, dinner is served!" The Cyber Lasarax's lumens glow blood red. Before the condemned can even scream, the beast pounce on their prey with hungry snarls. Wait, what? Wait, no. What are we...
I've been branded. He tricks me. Gotta stop. I'm the master. Maeve, help. Maeve, I'm sorry. Kneel before the Lex Imperialis.
Hank, I told you. This place has been so fucking wackadoo. I don't know...
Okay. Cyberlike, okay. The young priest dies, finally dressed woman dies. Bro, I
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Well, we'll buff who we can, I guess. I did save the laundry girl, though. See, I didn't throw her under a bus.
On it.
Will do.
Quiet, Whispers! It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Yeah, if I'm supposed to know what the plot is and what's going on right now, I missed it. Like I said, I was really confused when, it's like you have all the information to expose the conspiracy, and I'm like, the fucking what now?
Arbitrators are made of glass steel. Threat prioris. Arbitrator judges.
Where's the dog bite? Go bite him,
One
boy.
of us would be enough.
I will not be deterred. I cannot comply. I won't suffer this. And so shall it be done. The Emperor commands.
Oh. Hey, Blood.
At your beck and call.
How the fuck?
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Really?
Wow.
What is this thing? What? That's this. Okay.
I am your blade and shield. As honor ordains, I shall not fail. Trust me. The shadows will see it done. As the tenant. Trust me. as honor ordained. It brings me no pleasure.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed.
What? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Yeah, I am absolutely going to read a full walkthrough of this tonight, because I'm so fucking confused.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed, target well struck. We'll rule the stars themselves. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call, reduce to dust!
What happened is what happened was no accident. If my suspicions are correct, the arbitrator looks at his palm thoughtfully, then holds out to his cyber mastiff. Glyto, analyze. The dog's visor shimmers as it scans his skin with a mesh of rays. Finally, there is a metallic click and the descending hum of cooling servo motors. The Proctor's augmetics respond with a soft buzz. A data brand. The court fool put it on me when he shook my hand. Then the Laceraxes attacked everyone who had been marked. However, the beasts were not at all eager to tear you apart, rogue trader. It appears you are wanted alive, but without my protection. Oh God, Emperor! Maeve presses her hands to her chest and the side of the Aquila, her lips a whisper of prayer. Forgive and protect his soul, forgive and protect... Lying nearby is the lifeless body of Lacerax number 4, which you released from its cage. The fur is clumped and sticky with blood, its vicious eyes glazed over. Giving its own life to protect another was a stunningly human act for a beast. Close the Lacerax's eyes. Rest in peace, noble creature. The one with the damaged implants. Perhaps they were the reason the beast defied the order that the rest of the pack followed, to destroy all bearers of data brands. Or maybe... Solomon looks pensive as he straightens Glyto's collar. Maybe it was a fine animal that was unlucky enough to have bad masters. This is the first creature I've met on Thessera that's been worthy of respect.
My Lord Judicates is fond of animals, is he not? I never would have thought you had a kind side like that.
Maeve's smile is gentle and sad. For the first time ever, she looks at Solomon without fear. Solomon casts a heavy glance at the young woman. Or maybe I just can't stand people. Raldo mentioned being branded before he died. Can you scan him too, Solomon? That puddle of gore? At his master's command, Glyto directs his scan rays at the dead man's severed hand, which has somehow avoided being reduced to shreds along with the rest of his body. The Cybermastiff's augmetics emit a warning signal. Rualdo was branded too. He couldn't have known, or else he would not have doomed himself like that. I assume this is likewise the work of that buffoon. The only question is whether or not he's acting of his own accord, or at the behest of someone more important. Whose soul are you praying for, Maeve?
My brother's, my lord. I had a feeling he wasn't acting himself lately. If I'd known he'd have fallen in with scoundrels, I would have found them and strangled them with my own hands.
So the court's fool is your brother?
Yes, my lord.
Maeve lowers her eyes.
We are lower nobility, and it's a high honor to be the governor's own court entertainer.
What reason could your brother have for wanting to get an arbitrator's blood on his hands?
It's a mystery to me too, my celestial lord. I think about it and I can't even imagine why. But lately, it's like he's not himself. He keeps muttering these awful rhymes about blood and fate. It's like he's waiting for something, but I just can't understand what.
Rualdo called your name before he died.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm so confused.
Maeve stares at Rualdo's mold corpse with unblinking eyes.
Is this just a horrible nightmare? Could it be I'm just dreaming? For a second there I thought... No, I'm sorry, it's impossible.
You thought what?
I thought it was my brother calling my name, not Lord Rualdo. But Dane wasn't there, meaning I just imagined it in my fright.
You think back to Rualdo's last moments. It's hard to tell for certain, but it really did seem as though his voice had changed. That it sounded younger and less strained, as if he had cast off a mask. So who is considered the governor now?
If I only knew, my celestial lord. If I only knew.
Maeve's glistening eyes are full of shock. How do I know I can trust you, Maeve?
I swear by the Emperor himself, I'm unblemished before you in spirit and thought.
That is what any cornered heretic would swear to try and save their life. Knight's game room, good morning.
But I really had nothing to do with any of it, my lord. All I was told was to entertain our celestial guests and chaperone them to the castle for talks, and instead there's just gore and death everywhere.
I need to take a look around.
As you wish, my celestial lord.
Synth feed. If the wearer ends return with any adjacent familiar... A familiar game... Okay.
Know your duty.
What is this? I hope this is
bound by the blood of martyrs.
I hope this is almost over. I gotta get to bed. I didn't know this was a whole giant fucking area. What? Can I not get down there? Is this a bug?
The divine watches over us.
Why is Pascal's pet here? I didn't bring Pascal. Dude, this area is kind of buggy as fuck. Wait, where did Maeve go?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Where is Maeve? What?
Let us walk this path to the end.
Oh, she's still following us. Take us to the castle. I hear and obey, my celestial lord. Please. Maeve breaks off as Solomon walks by, brushing past her with his shoulder before examining the elevator with a fault-finding eye. Not daring to speak again, the young woman makes a gesture of invitation and steps onto the platform herself. No sooner have you stepped into the elevator than a short metallic clang comes from somewhere above you.
Wow.
I hope you enjoyed my bloodthirsty menagerie. You instantly recognize the spiteful voice and cocky smirk of the Fool's Mask. The arm that was mauled by the Cyber Mastiff at their first meeting hangs limply. He hasn't even bothered to bandage it. There is a gunshot wound in his shoulder surrounded by singed threads. His garish outfit is soaked with blood. Still acting the buffoon? Some people never learn. Solomon gestures behind his back to the Cyber Mastiff, sending him off on a circuit along the wall. A pulsing light draws your attention. Against the far wall, an old man stands behind an ominous-looking altar. The heavily augmented man stares in wonder at the flashes of blue light snaking through the veins of the facetium in the floor and walls. The crystals in his eye sockets gleam and go dark as in time with the flashes. At once you recognize him as the sculptor who offered to carve your visage out of facetium. The old man does not seem to notice you. All of his attention is focused on the strange altar. Tadua the executioner stands before the fool and gives you a crooked smile. Bodyguards for a private conversation. Isn't that a bit much? Times are troubled, as you know. I want everything to go according to plan. The governor is dead. Was it your doing? Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't swallow a man whole even if I wanted to. Bluff throws up his arms in an exaggerated fashion. The Lasrax fool. You unleashed it on the governor. Don't try and deny it. It seems humor is not part of the vocabulary of the Emperor's servants, but truth should be. You see, that governor was a fraud, a fake, not worth crying over. The true governor of Thessera stands before you, esteemed guests. Dane, come on. Don't say things like that. It's not right. It's... Shut up, idiot! You can't even do as you're told. The fool tosses a look of utter contempt at Maeve. Take off the mask. I want to see who I'm speaking to. Wrapping his hands around the mask, Bluff begins to slowly pull it away from his face, squirming and sobbing theatrically. Suddenly, the moans turn to gurgling laughter as the fool removes his hands from the mask. Chest, you'll have time to examine this face very thoroughly. What was it that Maeve should have done, Bluff? Bring you here, to the altar of change, and not ask questions. So simple, and she couldn't even manage that. And I, according to your plan, was supposed to die. Solomon raises the palm of his hand that holds the invisible mark of the data brand. Exactly. I don't need you, but don't worry, I've planned for this as well. Astric, are you ready? Bluff smirks, clearly enjoying his imaginary power. Or is it real? Solomon turns slightly away from the fool and makes a series of furtive hand gestures, telling you to stall while the Cyber Mastiff gets into position.
The preparations are complete, my lord. Barely able to take his eyes off the dark altar, the sculptor hobbles toward the edge of the balcony. Thessera is not your home world, is that right? I see you've already found me out there. That's right. I was born and raised on Idex, the greatest world in all the Imperium. I'll never forget the mix of plasteel and ferrocrete, the glitter of proud spires, and the internal humiliation of my appointment. Why were you sent to Thessera? To serve the Imperium faithfully and honestly, why else? Our all-knowing administratum benefits, and the feudal throne is occupied by someone with an intelligence level higher than a Grox's. A golden shove for all my diligent service on Idex. I packed my bags and came here to cover this backwater. What a joke. I want to tell him I blew up Idex. I suppose the irregularities with the tithe are part of your plan as well. Oh yes, one small part of the grand design. To be precise, the first bait you had to take, which you did with commendable zeal. The concept is simple. Disrupt the shipment, provoke response. An ingenious trap that our BTs walked right into. But fate granted me a special boon. You were caught in my net along with them, Holt. You didn't trap anyone. You shot yourself in the foot. Only an idiot would think they can outmatch a road trader and a proctor together. The arbitrator gives you a subtle nod. The cybermassive is close enough for a decisive lunge. Huh. I never had the chance to light the glow stick. Your scribe Gregorius Fault left some intriguing notes behind. In them he appears to be describing the switching of bodies. Is that part of your plan? You are perceptive. My previous experiments were failures. You've met some of them, particularly Fault himself. Remember the crazy mutant by the Phesphomorphus? Oh, you should see your face! Mocking laughter erupts beneath the mask, making the fool's body shake all over. And you will. This time it will work. If you're the real governor, why bother masquerading as a fool? I've always preferred masks to those mugs. Luff gestures vaguely at the crowd thronging the square below. Besides, who would take the poor wretched fool seriously? Who would suspect? I found a replacement. Rualdo wanted to play at power, and I graciously let him. Pity he didn't rule long. I, on the other hand, in a costume change and took a seat among the spectators. I sharpened my wit. I even began to enjoy it. And all of it for this one day, this exact moment. The elation in his voice sounds almost maniacal. And what is this altar of change? The fool gestures toward the object in front of the sculptor. Great artifact, which Tavris could carve from the planet's unique gift, Thassaterium. Take a look at it while you still can. Governor, fool, or perhaps just a madman, Bluff. Do I have to be any one thing? Bluff chuckles darkly. Bluff ignores the arbitrator, his gaze fixed on Maeve, more specifically, on the necklace on her chest. Lovely piece, isn't it? You see Solomon's hand signal out of the corner of your eye. Glyto leaps but does not reach the fool. The Psyker moves at the same time. A flash of light and everything goes dark. You're surrounded by the smell of old rust. The darkness reluctantly retreats. The pain comes first, throbbing in your head. Then the metallic taste in your mouth. And finally you feel the hard floor, chafing your stinging cheek. I look around. You see Bluff through the bars of a cage. The mocking smile on a sinister mask seems to grow even broader. Or is it a trick of the light? Maeve,
as white as a sheet with a dark abrasion on her face, weeps quietly as she stands stock still beside the fool. There are markings on the floor at your feet, a crooked circle bordered by unholy symbols. Bluff is standing in the center of an identical circle. You hear a quiet, measured scraping sound as an old man's muttering coming from the depths of the hole. The few words you manage to catch sound nothing like Gothic. "Road trader, can you hear me?" You turn to the voice. Solomon is trapped in one of the side cells. Apart from a bleeding bruise on his forehead, he appears unharmed. "Solomon, are you all right?" "I'm fine." He looks away for a moment and then back at you. Under Bluff's unwavering gaze, he cannot communicate any more clearly. You look over to where Solomon indicated. Glyto lies motionless in the middle of the room. Judging by the flickering lumens on his implants, the dog is still alive. Maeve's necklace is more than just a pretty bauble, I take it. Much more. You see, with the right knowledge, the right tools, and some complex rituals, people can transform a simple dirty blue pebble from the depths of Thessera into something truly special. However, it's a bit late for you to do anything with that information. When I get out of here, you are dead. Enough chit-chat. Tavrisk, begin! The old man with the Thassateum eyes wheezes raspily, spews a torrent of unholy words from his toothless mouth, and the markings beneath your cage seem to breathe in, glowing with a crimson light. Maeve's gaze leaps from you to Bluff in alarm. Tear-reddened eyes widen as she realizes what is happening. Don't stop! The slight form crashes into the fool, pushing him out of the center of the circle. Get him, Maeve. Sick him. The world explodes into shards, suffused with a blinding light that burns out your eye sockets, incinerates the air in your lungs and makes your heart jutter in your chest. And finally, darkness descends, impenetrable and absolute, encompassing everything. It cradles you, dissolving everything that was once you, everything that once was. Well, you know what that means. You are bobbing like a boat tossed upon the waves. Colors and sounds meld into a cacophony, stirring up nausea in this exhausted body. You blink, and the patches of color fall into place. Or do they? Across from you in the cage, you see a frightened, disoriented face, an expression you have never seen in a mirror. At your feet lies a gaudy mask that has fallen from the fool's face. Covering his wrinkled visage with both hands, the ugly and enraged governor of Thessera rises hastily on trembling legs. Staring daggers at you, Rialdo shrieks, "Seize her! Seize Maeve!" The guard takes a heavy step in your direction. The look on his face promises nothing pleasant. "Solomon, now!" A sweet, melodious voice rings out. Not yours. "Glyto, attack!" Your head swims, and through the haze you recognize the figure of a guard coming closer and closer, with no sign of stopping. Your gaze sweeps over the room, searching for a way out, for a solution, until, somewhere at the periphery of your vision, you notice a streak of scarlet. It is the Cybermaster's visor lighting up, giving you a chance to run. Bro, I am so fucking lost in this place. Your mind is a loose shard cast out into nothing, screaming in the voices of thousands of lives. Are they your lives, or do they belong to another? The blood cracks branch out, biting in every scrap of disjointed thought, ravaging, hungering to shatter what little of your own self remains.
A cry gurgles in the depths, a plea to make the torment stop and let you dissolve into unconsciousness. But something has sunk its claws into you, keeping you in place, fusing your back together piece by piece. Methodically and tortuously, it continues to skewer the shreds of your identity onto the threads of existence in an attempt to outpace the all-consuming void. Yeah, Hank, Hank, have you been here for most of this mission? Your memories of the last several minutes are incoherent and painful. The flash of sorcery, the leap into the unknown, Solomon shouting something. He gave Glato an order, but what order was it? Any attempt you make to process what happened only pulls you deeper into unconsciousness. You are wrenched suddenly out of oblivion by a blunt, merciless bite. You try and breathe and hear your own ragged wheeze. Sight gradually returns to you. An angry horse's head emerges from the mists. You are back, and you are alive. I feebly try to push the horse away. You try to shove the head away from you, but your hand veers off. Your palms feel nothing, because the skin on them is just some unwieldy meat cover, forcibly pulled onto your frame. Your fingers curl up of their own accord. What? I shout. You shout as thin as a death cry and unbearably shrill. Still, it is just as strong enough to make the creature stop trying to bite you and back off. Memories that are not your own tear into your mind, replacing your thoughts. It occurs to you that someone else used to scare all the monsters away. A big brother, so funny and always smiling. With some effort, you manage to force its gentle face out of your head. I try to roll to the side. You attempted twisting your body around, only ends in racking pain shooting through your back. The most you could achieve is a lurch upward, accompanied by a piercing crunch somewhere in the spine. I focus my gaze. Slowly your eyes begin to put together a sordid image. Everything around you is brown and disgusting. Hay, wood, blood, dirt, horse. The trapdoor you jumped down has led you to a stable. The stable is a place for peasants, not sovereigns, but somehow your body remembers the scent of poverty. Your consciousness expands heavily, like 6 lungs. You remember a large basket, bundles of food clutched in your hands, and the grateful smiles of the hungry. I feel my body. Your hands find something on your chest, something so cold it burns your fingers. For a moment, you think that it is the real you, the shard of your will lost in the flow. But it turns out to be nothing more than a Thassateum necklace. As you look at it, the crystal stares back at you with a still blue eye. The fool's wrinkled face suddenly emerges from the reflection, and his gloating voice seems to hang at the edges of your awareness. This body remembers pain and electrified air. Something bad. I rise to my feet. You sway, as if from sickness, all of your limbs feeling impossibly fragile. Scrawny legs, frail arms, these do not belong to you. This is a costume, and it is not yours. It does not fit your status. It is the wrong size, and it still carries greasy traces of its former owner inside. You are overcome with the urge to tear off your flesh and throw it away like a worn glove. Oh, cool, my commissar thing came up. Your iron will immediately rejects the shameful weakness, and you give yourself an order to steady yourself and to probe the memories of the previous owner of this body. To complete the picture, you have no choice but to look into a nearby water trough at your reflection. You see familiar features. Some unnatural force has dragged you out of your body and into that of Maeve, Roaldo's lady-in-waiting. Now that you have spent some time in the stable, you feel a little more accustomed to your new limbs. But where is your own mortal shell? I'm perplexed, I'm disturbed, I'm staggered, I have psychosomatic trauma, and this is not my body. Hey, compelled to die, how much longer is this? Because I really gotta get to bed, but... The Cyber Mastiff does not respond to nudges or commands. The lumens on its head are blinking with troubling agitation. A mountain of vegetable water waste rise up ahead, next to which stands a rusty pitchfork. Your attention is drawn to something pale pink, half buried in the waste, and looks suspiciously like a lib. I investigate the waste. You pull out the strange object from the pile. What emerges is a human forearm, crudely severed at the elbow. The horse behind you sniffs and cranes its neck. I take the arm? You pick up what used to be someone's arm. The horse looks at the dead fingers greedily. I pick up the pitchfork. This could be a decent weapon, if not for one problem. You lack the strength to pull it free from the earth. I step away from the heap. You slip back to the fence. The horse snorts restlessly behind you. The creature that dragged you out of consciousness turns out to be a muddy brown horse. From the darkness, the beast follows you with its large black eyes. It looks hungry and frightened. Alright, I hate to end it here, guys, but I just saw the time. I still gotta take care of some cats. Damn, I had no idea this was so long, or I would have just ended the chapter. Well, that place is fucked up and this stream is over. Everybody, thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. All the bits, views, subs, and follows. We should be on tomorrow. I don't foresee anything preventing that. Let me find us a raid target. You guys can please hang out for the raid. I'd really appreciate it. Anybody I raid is either a friend of the channel or someone I watch personally, so I promise they're worth it. And actually, we're going to raid Jank Jesus. Happy 26th birthday to the Dreamcast. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, shit, happy birthday, Dreamcast. All right, once again, everybody, thanks so much. I'm sorry for cutting the stream suddenly, but it's very, very early and it's very, very late. All right, hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much. Everybody have a nice night.